Up and running.
They're recording. Yes, I've been chatting to people like all morning. People have been joining in.
They're already in.
Yeah, I loved it. I was like, you're welcome to stay, but yeah, we can just chat. It's just going to be me for like 2 or 2
A little
hours.
bit early.
Yeah, but I thought that was great because I was seeing the notifications coming in that people have joined, and I'm like, oh shit, that's not a sign up. That's a join.
Well, it doesn't look like there's any other participants right now than you and I.
No, there's not. Okay. I've got the panelists open, so just in case,
got it.
I can ask everybody to unmute. What I think is going to happen is we'll have a couple of people, maybe 10 or 20 that'll come in before 9, and I'm just going to say to them, like, everybody can unmute, say hello, you're welcome to stay on, go get a cup of coffee or something, but they're all going to be, so I've got that open now to do that.
That's cool.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to transfer into a meeting room because just to avoid any disturbances from where I'm sitting. So I'll just dash about for a couple of minutes. And
so with your background, see how mine has Faye GM? Yours, there are new ones that I do in the exact same location in Dropbox. Yours looks fine if you want to update the new one, or you can keep it as it is, no worries.
I'm not fast. Hosts and moderators. Oh, I didn't realize they had changed. Yeah, you're correct.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. I looked at them and going, no, that looks the same.
No worries.
It didn't look very well.
These backgrounds, last night I was helping, I was up till like midnight helping people with technical stuff. I'm like, oh my God, just little things. But yeah, it's all good.
Silly little things, probably.
Yeah, as always. I'd rather deal with it last night than this morning.
Yes.
Just why I do have you here. So I've, obviously been the primary point of contact for all of the panelists. That's why I just wanted to share with you the sheet that they have for the growth panel. I know that's on the
Word doc.
Yeah, because I couldn't, I wasn't sure, I forgot which email you have, which is it's like the business connector or something for Google. So I was trying to share Mike's one to bring you into a document, which I can do, but like I said, it's the same as the one.
This is fine. This is cool.
All right.
I've got it up on my screen. So I noted there's obviously a lot more questions that we'll be able to carry through.
Yeah, I think it's just always like, you've moderated a bunch, so see how the conversation goes.
We'll go with the flow.
Yeah, and I think it's just always better to have more than like, so what shall we, any questions from the audience?
Hello. Yes.
Help us.
Hang on a bit. No. What the hell did I just do? I've got your background.
Yeah. You also downloaded the wrong one.
Fuck. Jesus Christ. I shouldn't talk to you while I'm doing technical stuff like this, clearly.
That's okay. You must have just clicked on
bloody me.
All good.
Mike Planner, not Faye Louise. Let's try that again. Let's see if this works better. How about that?
No worries.
No.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
These are the new ones, just for fun while we're here. This is what so I did actually it's not, that one's gonna be up, they're all gonna look like this.
Yeah. Which is good.
And I think it, worked out good because some of them have terrible lighting. So with a white background, it's a lot better. This one was just a little, it was, see how it pixelates my face a little bit?
Yes.
Whereas I'm much cleaner with this one. So
that's good.
No, it worked out good, I think, in the end. But yeah. What else?
Okay.
I think that should be fine. With so I've got like quite a bit to get through this morning. I think with so I've got, as per the run sheet, what we mentioned, intro, welcome. I'm just going to thank briefly everyone for joining. I'll jump straight into the 3 polls that I shared with you. I'm going to quickly acknowledge those current affairs that we have in the world right now. I'm going to jump into housekeeping. I have 4 things to share. Keep yourself on mute, out of respect for the speakers, that kind of stuff. Keep questions to the end. Then I'm going to do the program run the programming for the day, letting them know we're here for 3 hours, 3.5 action packed. This is how the flow is going to be. Then I'm going to say, okay, so this is me, little intro. Now everybody's joined us. Then I'm going to hand over you to intro yourself. And then you can hand it back to me and I will intro Alan and Rod. I thought it would be best for them to be in the panels because there's going to be likely more questions. You can jump between the two keynotes because it's just one person for each. What do you think? You happy with that?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Like I said, let's just see how we go with the panelist intros. My
thinking is that as we originally planned that we would introduce or do the bio intro as part of the welcome to each panel, and we would let each of the panelists introduce themselves. I think still that is a safer idea because, as you said, otherwise you could be babbling on for 7 minutes and it's going to end up being in one ear out the other because people are like, who are you talking about now? It's like,
Okay, with that then, all of the panelists know that that's the bio I was going to be introducing them with. That's on the sheet that I shared with you. I have 4 different ones of the one that I gave you into Dropbox open on my computer, and it has the bios that they've all seen. So yeah, I think.
I mean, I'm happy to do the intro of Andrea, Ingrid, and Jill as well. It's no
just for the bio. I mean, just for their panel. I think that'd be good.
Should I do that?
Yeah, okay. And use what's on there. So they've seen it, they've reviewed it. I've added, made it a little bit more. It's pretty good, comprehensive. Gives an intro to what they do, their company, spotlights them quite well. And then jump into a personal brand. And then that's all.
So I'm just gonna.
Can you hear me clearly? Seems like you can, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's you're speaking at a relatively low voice volume, and you're coming through very, very clearly. As I said, I'm going to move into a quiet room. Well, now, and just because there's background music and people are going to come, and there might be somebody blah 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 in the background. I don't want to. You never know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not that it's normally like it's not noisy, but there could be 2 colleagues walking in, just arrived, saw each other and left and going, blah, 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 what did you do last night? That kind of thing. You just go, oh, fuck, I'm in the middle of talking, right?
Yeah, no, better to have it.
Not really into quiet. That. So
distracting too.
It's distracting.
So
reorganizing my little document here the way I would organize it. Just because I am. Yep, very good. Okay, sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, I'll probably at like 9:25 when I'm about to, so I'm putting into the chat of the webinar, the link to this one. And I think I'll close the other one off at like 9:25. I'm not going to keep it the whole time, all right? Yeah, okay. Cool.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just use now to just dash downstairs to the room.
Yep.
And I'll see you on the other side in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Pam. I saw that you just jumped in.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yes. How you doing?
I just turned my mic on. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you clear, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Only concern is if you move, it lets things in. So
That's with the green screen, unfortunately. That happens with any background that you populate, that you have a backdrop.
yeah. It doesn't matter. I'll just freeze like this
It's okay.
and I won't move. And then you won't see any of my untidy office.
No, that's okay. You can
Is
see like
there
a little
anything
bit.
you need from me before?
Yeah, can you please switch on your background just so I can see that it's all okay?
I've got the background on.
I can't see it.
Oh, well, I don't know why that is, 'cause I can see it. So
Okay.
what do I need to do?
That's okay.
In
I'll
my
walk you
view,
through.
it's on.
Okay, let me just walk you through. So down the
Okay.
bottom of the options you have on the bottom of the screen.
It's because
There
I
we
don't
go.
have
There you
my
go.
video on.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
didn't have the
perfect.
video on.
I didn't have the video
Yeah.
on.
Okay, so we can see you now, loud and clear.
All good.
Okay.
Good
Is
morning,
there anything
Suzanne.
else you need from me, and what time do I need to be here? I'm gonna make it closer in. There we go. let's do this one.
9:45.
9:45.
Yes.
So if I leave everything like this now, we're good to go.
Yeah, perfect.
Nice to meet you, Mike.
Mike, you're on mute.
Yes, likewise.
Nice to meet you. Thanks
to
for
have you
inviting
here.
me. I'm gonna have to do something about that background. I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna put behind me. I might sit some
that's
flowers on the ground so that
we-
even if I move, all
No,
they're
it's
gonna
fine.
see is a beautiful
Don't
bunch
worry.
of flowers.
It's the most important thing is that you are here, you feel comfortable, your sound is clear. The
Yeah,
other
very
finer
clear.
details of the little bits and pieces is not like, don't worry about those.
Okay,
Yeah, it looks fine. You look great. The background looks awesome. Everything's good. So just go get a cup of coffee. I know that you saw the questions that we're going to walk through. Do you have any last questions before the panel?
no, except that I'm probably gonna disagree with everybody else's opinion, but that's okay. It just gives another perspective. Because I actually
Yep.
don't believe in the word purpose. So
I know
I'm gonna
that we've
give
okay.
my
So
perspective, and then everybody else can give their own perspective, and then everybody can see what resonates with them.
So I am going to be directing a question to you around procrastination and purpose as we discussed in our call. But let me just share with you that this is not a panel for conflict to create devil's advocates. So different opinions are fine, but like this is a panel about purposeful leadership. So just keep that in mind. Always be respectful to the panelists.
I'm always going to be respectful, but I'm going to be honest, because that's the whole purpose of having a panel. Not everybody on a panel agrees.
No, absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah, so people all have their own perspective. It's just I have a different vision of what the word purpose means, and
yeah,
me,
which we've
purpose
discussed.
vision
And
impact. It doesn't necessarily mean I don't do anything until I find my purpose, which is what most people do. They sit on the sidelines of life saying, I haven't figured out my purpose yet. And then they're 60, I'm 57, I haven't figured out my purpose yet. But that doesn't mean I don't take focus action every day.
yeah, absolutely.
So that's the angle I'm coming from.
Keep tracking. Keep tracking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyways,
No.
that's the only thing that I'm going to say from my perspective is I don't like people sitting there waiting to find their purpose.
Yeah, that's totally.
That's good.
Totally. I think everyone who's coming into the panel today, to the event, is wanting to hear insights from people that can help them to avoid procrastination when it comes to purpose.
Well,
But,
I'm the queen of focused action, so they're in the right place.
Okay. Suzanne, who I just want to introduce you to, she's also here and she's on the panel with you too. Suzanne, Pam, Suzanne.
Hi.
How are you? Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
The other person, just for you ladies to know, as you've seen on the document, is Colette. Colette is the head of startup ecosystem for Australia and New Zealand at Amazon. So she's going to be sharing a few things around the innovation landscape, obviously. But Yeah,
She's
should
the
be a great
one
panel.
who's from Amazon Web
Yes.
Services, AWS.
that's correct. Yeah.
I love AWS. So we're besties already. I've been using it for years. So I absolutely love learning more from her.
Fantastic.
I'm guessing, Faye and Mike, that as you're directing questions, when one person is speaking, the others mute their microphones and just give them their turn to be able to finish their thoughts. And then is that how we're going to do that?
Yeah, so everyone who's in the audience will be muted. This event is run in what's called focus mode. So only the host and the co-hosts, which you both are, the focus is on us throughout the discussions. Any questions that come in from the audience, I'll be representing those. If we have time after the panel, I'm not sure we will, because I want to give everyone a couple of minutes to go and grab a coffee. If we have time, I will say one, maybe two questions, but I'll speak from those. And then, yeah, as for the other panelists that are on the discussion, yeah, I don't want people to be speaking over the top of each other for sure. Don't know if we'll need to mute that. I know we'll just see how that goes, but yeah, everyone will get their chance to speak for sure.
Yep.
So you will let us know and you'll say, Pam, what's your thoughts on?
That's
and then
right.
I will just unmute.
Yeah.
Yep, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's easy.
Okay. Awesome.
And the
And
way
then
I
you-
tend to also see it is that, say that, Faye's asked you, Pam, a question, and it might, in some cases, it's appropriate to then hear everybody else's opinion on the panel about that same question. But that's a secondary question. It's not a pile on. It's more oh yeah, well, what do you think about this? That's Suzanne. And it's sort of, you just take turns around the table. But again, it depends. We may not do that with every question, because then it just goes very slow. And we got one thing that is important in my observation, having run a few of these panels over time, is you're just going to keep the speed going, right? It's otherwise, being an audience member is just
Yeah.
it gets too slow.
And, yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Mike. You also can, Suzanne, for example, if Pam is sharing something, you can, let her speak, obviously, but then you can jump in and say, before I move on to a different question, or before I then say, anyone else on the panel have any thoughts or anything like that? There's a few questions I'll direct generally.
Morning, Nicole.
And, but then, yeah, there were some I will say, this is one for Suzanne. This is a question for Pam. And I'll be direct with it. But yeah, we'll just see how it goes. Hi, we've got a couple of others that have just joined in. Danielle, who I can see in the audience. We're just on a little early, making sure everybody has their sound clear, backgrounds like this one are on. So you're welcome to stick around, but we're gonna kick off in 20 minutes.
Okay, so
and
we
just
can
double
go
checking-
now and come back at 9:45 or just before?
Yeah, just before would be good, please. And
Okay,
you've
all right,
got-
I'll see you all then. Thanks so much.
Thanks. You can just end it and join back in on the same link.
Okay,
This link's not
perfect.
going anywhere. Yeah, no worries.
That's what I was just about to ask. It's the same link. So if I've got
Yeah.
to go just for the time being,
Same
and just
thing for the
remind
whole
me.
day.
Yeah, perfect. So I'll just be signing out for half an hour, just do a few things and come back in. And then, of course, as you said, we're on at 9:45. Make sure we're here at the latest before then. That's all good.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Fantastic.
for
Thanks,
that.
Stan. Appreciate
See
it.
ya. Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Susan. Hi, Nicole.
Good
How are you?
morning. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. How are you? Well, I'm okay.
I'm really good.
How are you?
So all ready to rock and roll?
All ready to rock and roll, I think, just for us. It's just
exciting.
about me just checking I've got my directional mic. There's no feedback for me or you.
No,
And
No,
then I
you look
can share
great.
my screen.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, you are a co-host.
Yes, I am.
You should be able to, share your screen when you.
All right, just one
if you have-
moment.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll just check that I can slideshow. Then I've got my own clicker. You cannot see. Just check my clicker.
No, I
big
can't see.
picture- The big picture leadership in the 2020s, personal times professional brand. And
Uh-huh.
then as we go through, I can click from here. I've got two screens.
Perfect.
Take everyone through shift happens and on we go. Awesome.
fantastic. Looks very nice, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
No, seriously. It's, well, I would expect that from you.
I've been really looking forward to meeting you. If not in person like this, Mike. Thanks for every effort for inviting me on. It's a real privilege.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's good to have you here. I'm super excited about the lineup of today. I think we're going to have a pretty stellar conversation, to be honest. There's a lot of material here, and I'm very certain that there's a lot of people in the audience that'll say we're a good debate.
Absolutely. And I think as Faye knows, I've just been traveling through Adelaide, and I was keynoting for South Start, so 300 founders and funders, entrepreneurs, and it really is exactly the same as what Faye and I have created for today, is looking at what that shift is just in the last 2 years, how we're prepared for the Personal Times Professional brand now, that digital footprint. And we've got a one-pager, which actually is a 4-pager. No, we've got a fantastic canvas for everyone to hit the ground running. And it's not enough to know what to do and why. I've given them the formula of cracking their own brand. So they've got everything.
Going to be awesome. Just with the document, so I'm planning to email everyone with a personal thank you after the event and attaching that with it. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, totally
awesome.
happy. Don't give them anything today because they'll
no, I'm not going to. I just wanted to let them know if it's going to come right after the event or they're going to get an email. So I've got it here, don't worry.
Perfect.
Yeah, awesome.
The only other thing I will say, I'm okay. I'm COVID positive.
Oh no!
So if you hear a heavy, I'm okay. I'm about day 3, and I'm fine to do this. If you hear a heaviness in my voice,
wow, you're a trooper. You should have let me know.
No. It's it honestly is fine. I haven't put my makeup on yet because it will.
No, you look great. We have
it will
built-in
off.
filters.
I'm a master at managing the energy, so I will do this one. I'll be back for my breakout room. I've got Sam with me the whole way.
Awesome. Cool.
I don't have any uncontrollable cough or anything, so there's nothing that anyone will know. I just due diligence to let you know in case anything happens. You can.
Yeah, and if you're not,
we'll be fine.
you know.
Well, Nicole, I guess we're not going to have that coffee today, are we?
No, not for a bit, Mike. Not for a bit. But after that, I'll be immune. So the world's my oyster.
Yeah. Oh, well, just take it easy. And like, you know, we're all humans. So if you're feeling not well, just let me know. We can.
It should be absolutely fine. The last couple of days to go by. But what I'll do is I'm all set for success. I'm going to go and jump back on probably around 10 past or 9:15.
Perfect. Sounds good. And I have those 2 polls. I can just show you now as a little example. We've got some people in the audience that are getting the insider scope. Okay. So
and sorry, not 15:15. I'll be back at 9. I'll be back at 9 for you.
Okay, cool. All right. So first one that's going to come up is, let me see.
Good morning, Gil.
How confident are you? Here, I'll launch. Just let me know if it's this one so I can take a note. You should see that now.
That is brilliant.
Personal brand, new values. Okay.
And that's going to be about 3 or 4 minutes in. So
cool. Okay.
I'll give you the cue and you'll know exactly.
You just give me the cue. Yeah. And if you are screen sharing, I don't know how that's going to work with the poll. We can try. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't. I won't complicate things. I'll unscreen share and then I'll ask the audience, how confident are they feeling about their Personal Times Professional brand after I introduce mine and before we give the poll of how they actually stack up with everyone else in the globe.
All right. And then I'm going to launch this one. Yeah. Following.
Exactly.
Okay. Perfect. Got those. Awesome. So it's just those 2, yeah?
It's just those 2. We're going to keep it super simple. At the very end, I'm going to ask everyone to revert to their chat. And actually, if they were able to condense their brand down into 2 words, what would it be? Mine being warmly wise. But I want them to really leverage that chat as well. So I've made sure that we're using both areas.
Awesome. Love it.
So Mike and Faye and Gil and Christine, everyone get ready for their 2 words that they would boil their personal times professional brand
Mostly
into.
Mike. Mike, the CEO in the room. Awesome. Thank you so much, Nicole. We'll
I'll
see
see you
in
just
a little
before
bit.
9 on this Zoom.
Yep.
Yep.
Awesome. See you then. Thank
Thanks
you.
so much. Anything else from you, Mike?
No, all good. Thank you.
Great. See you soon.
Coffee next week.
Absolutely.
Okay, Jill, how you doing? Your background looks great.
Thank you. I am fine. I shall probably take advantage of some of the minutes between now and 9 o'clock to go and grab a coffee.
Yep. Good move. You'll have time. So we have 4. So one starting with the keynote, which is Nicole, who was just on. Then we're going to jump into the first panel. Then we'll have a couple of minutes to get another coffee before you come on. So you'll have time to stock up on caffeine, but you can go whenever you like. Your background looks good. Your sound is clear.
Well, the sound is a
Very-
bit faint, I think, from here at least.
Yes, it will be until I remember
Well, that's better.
to do that.
That
It's
that
amazing
makes-
when you clip the bloody thing on instead of having it on the floor. It makes a difference.
It is a little bit loud now, actually. Can you turn it down a little? It's just because it's so close. It might.
Oh,
be
just
really-
move it a little bit further down the lapel.
Well, output level. Okay.
Well, you could, like Mike
Jill,
said, you can slide it down.
Just slide
Here?
it down a tiny bit.
put it
Yeah,
down
yeah,
a little
about
Is that
that.
better?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's clear.
Awesome.
And I need
I
to
need-
remember when I go and get a coffee, I obviously can't take this with me. And then I have to remember to put it back on again.
That's
We'll
okay.
remind you.
We'll,
No, we know
we'll
it's there.
remember.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. Good to go.
I'll go to the questions. Actually, and Jill, Mike's going to be moderating the panel, but he knows everything. He's got the questions, the same sheet that you're all in, but he's going to do the growth one.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
I half expected that because growth is sort of Mike's thing.
Yeah. No,
Sure is.
he'll nail it. Awesome. Cool. For Christine, Danielle, and Carla, who I can see have just joined us, we're just on a little early, making sure the panelists are ready to go. And
I'm heading to the coffee. Well, not the coffee shop, the coffee station.
Great.
The kitchen,
Okay.
yes.
We'll see you soon. I'm going to mute you. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we're just a little early. You're welcome to stay on, or like Jill, go and grab yourself a coffee. But we're going to kick off at officially about 9:05, just so a lot of people have time to come
Sure, sign
in
in.
and join us. Hey, Adrian, I can see you just joined in. Yeah, we're just making a little early, a few of us, making sure sound from everyone is well. If you want to go grab a coffee, we're going to kick off at about 9:05. Hey, Alan.
Hello.
All good with the background?
Yep, looks great to me.
Oh, yeah, there you are. Cool. Are you ready to introduce the event, Alan?
We're ready to go.
Just kidding. For those that have just joined in, I'll just remind everyone again, we're just a little early, making sure everybody's ready to go on time. The event will officially start in 10 minutes. Time for caffeine. If anyone has any questions, you can pop on your mic and your camera. We're all friends here. Or you can also send something in the chat. Hi, Ingrid. How you doing? Make you a co-host.
Morning.
That looks great. We got your background working. It was worth the wait, worth the efforts last night. Looks really good. Did you get that on your? Yeah,
That's on the
looks awesome.
mobile. Is that the right way around, the background, or is it read back to front? Because to me it looks back to front.
Yeah, it's so misleading for everybody, but looks perfect from where we are.
So you can read that the right way round.
Yes, looks great.
Okay.
All clear.
I'm still tempted to try and do it on the computer, but if the connection's not strong enough or stable enough, then it's probably best just to stay on the phone.
Yeah, no problem. If you do need to jump off to change devices, just use the same link that you used to jump in.
Yeah.
We're going to be here. All right. But it looks good. Like, yeah, no problems.
Great. Might have the other one booted up ready just in case, because I don't know how long the power will last on that. I had to take it off the power cord because it's not long enough.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so we'll kick off soon. Just give it a couple more minutes and then we'll get started.
So how many attendees do you have?
I haven't checked the last one. We've got over 300 that have signed up. Pretty sure from the last check.
300.
I think so, yeah.
Oh,
Last
good.
time I checked.
Right.
Had a few people join in this morning early, which was really fun. I got to have some conversations like 2 hours ago.
Oh my God.
But, yeah, that was nice. A few people in the US had joined in, which was interesting.
Ah, good.
Yeah.
And we got people coming in both via the event booking link and via LinkedIn, and probably through other channels as well that I've just forgotten through the marketing process. But yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I had an interesting conversation with Mark. I don't know if it's Cantor, who's in San Francisco.
Yeah.
All right.
He was super funny this morning. Yeah. Cool. Very nice guy.
Oh,
He's going to
that's
be
good.
coming on a bit later. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear you're checking him out. So am I.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks everybody who has joined us on time. What I always say to my direct reports is if you're on time, you're late, you should always be early.
know.
My interns would always get so scared when I would say that to them. But yeah, just so we can allow for everybody to come in before we kick off. We will start the event in about 5 minutes. So if you want to go and grab a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, we'll be here, but that's when we're going to be starting.
Way ahead of you. Got my tea.
Oh, nice.
And the coffee cup's ready in the kitchen for later.
Oh, that's good. You're well
Very
prepared.
clever.
Okay. Need to integrate some tunes into Zoom. I'm sure there's an app for that. Get
Hold music.
some music while we're waiting. All the bells and whistles they have now, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Mhm. Okay, awesome. We're starting to get a few people rolling in. Just for those who are joining us, we're going to start the event officially in about 4 minutes, 9:05, just so everyone has got plenty of time to jump in before we get started.
Be back in a sec.
Gonna pop you on mute, Ingrid. Hi, Rod.
Good morning.
Background looks good.
Thank
Set it
you.
all up.
Well, I can't take any credit for it at all. Thanks anyway.
Okay, anyone that's in the audience, all of the participants we have in the audience, would love to invite you to pop your name, your LinkedIn, your email, if you're here for networking, if you'd like to meet people. Always good to say a quick little hello and let people know how they can contact you. Hi, Maddie. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I always love to do that at events. It's a great way to connect with people while you're waiting to kick it off. Awesome. Thank you. Hi, Mark. I can see you've come back, joined us. Just for everybody to know, Mark and I were in here 2 hours ago, just chatting early. But yeah, always love the early birds in the events. Oh, Maddie, you run a founders community. Love it. Oh, Sophia from London? What time is it there? Oh my gosh. 10 p.m. Okay. Well, hopefully you have some wine, not some coffee. I'm just kidding. Hi, Samantha. Mazabox. Awesome. Oh, with your Instagram there too. Love it. Canada, 605. Oh, we've got some international birds in here. Hi, Karen. B Cyber, looks like tech. Okay, we're gonna go Alexandra from Melbourne. Oh, we do have some Aussies. Does Catapult accelerate US-based companies? You just stick around. We'll tell you a little bit about Catapult in a little bit. We will be soon. Yes, won't we, Mike?
We're certainly talking to some of them right now. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
As we speak.
Okay, cool. We've got some Sydney people, thankfully. This is the fun thing about running virtual events. You never know where people are going to find, where people are going to come from. Awesome. Local Sydney too. Cool. All right, Mark, I think
Let's do
we
it.
can maybe kick off. So everybody, thank you. My name is Faye Louise, go by Faye. And I've recently joined Catapult. This event that we're running today is really to support the female founder community in Australia. But with that said, really glad to see that there's a bunch of internationals with us. Our program partner for this event is Her Catapult. I'll be sharing a little bit more detail about that in a few moments. But as we kick off, just want to see, I jumped the gun a little bit asking where you're all from, but just for fun, let me see. I'm going to put up a poll. I mean, obviously, if you're outside of Australia, you just want to go ahead and click other. But we just wanted to see where most of the people are coming in from. Okay, cool. I'll give it another few seconds. Pop your questions in. Interesting. Wow. Okay, mostly Sydney, it's looking like. Okay,
Cool.
I'm going to share this now. So yeah, at least we've got most of Sydney people. Awesome, cool. Where do you all think Faye is? Because I'm not in Sydney. If anyone wants to guess, you can guess. Okay, I won't. Okay, I'll give that a couple of minutes. No one's putting Mexico. Okay, most people think I'm in New York, and the correct answer is New York. I am dialing in from there. Cool, and then I'll have one more poll just to see. I know that there's a few founders here already, but are you a female founder? Or are you in progress to be a female founder? Or would you one day like to be? Men, you can go ahead and answer this too. This is gender neutral. Cool, lots of founders in the room. Oh, lots of aspiring founders, that's good to know too. Awesome. Okay, I'll share those just for everybody to check out who your friends are. Lots of founders, love it, okay. Now into the good stuff. Before we jump into the event, the world's been a little bit crazy lately, so I would like to just acknowledge on behalf of Catapult and everybody here, Australia's been through a really tough time with the floods. We would love anybody in the audience, or if anybody has any connections with companies or charities that are supporting the floods, please send me an email, pop it into the chat below. We are an Australian-based company, mostly Aussies here. And so, yeah, we'd love to help out in the best way we can. Same goes for Ukraine. Got a big war going on right now over in Europe. Mike is from Europe originally. And so again, if you've got any friends there or anything that we can do to support, please let us know. COVID, we just found out that one of our panelists is actually COVID positive, but she's a superstar. She's going to be kicking off full energy, you wouldn't even know. But this really is something that has affected humanity and society and still is today. So the fact that we're all living through a pandemic, more than ever, it's important to feel that you have sense of community, that you're connected and supported. So that was another reason why we really wanted to put this event on. And then the last one is International Women's Month. So that's a big reason why we actually had this event on this date, and why we're running a Growth Accelerator program in a few weeks from now, which I will share more of shortly. Just for some housekeeping, please remain on mute at all times to be respectful of the speakers. I can mute you, and I will, don't make me do it. Any questions that you have, please keep them to the end of the event. After all of the panelists, we're going to jump into interactive breakout rooms, and you'll get a chance to get to know all of the panelists directly there and ask questions to them. If you can't make it to the end of the breakout rooms, which will kick off at 11:45 Sydney time, just send the questions over to me that you have anyway. And if we have time after the panels, I will do my best to ask them on your behalf. With that said, we'll try to do a 2 to 3 minute break after each of the discussions. We do have one keynote and then 2 panels and another keynote, back to back, lots of high intensity action happening. So we'll try to give you a break to refill your coffee or grab some water afterwards. When we do kick off into the breakout rooms, I'm going to launch those at 11:45, and you will be able to go. There'll be 4 breakout rooms. If no one's ever been into a breakout room, it's super easy. If you have any questions, I'm going to stay here in the main stage. You can ask me, I can help you to navigate. But we will have moderators in each of the panel from the Catapult team, and I'm going to introduce those guys in a minute. But you can jump into the breakout room, and then once you're in a room, you can move freely between all of them and then come back to the main stage. So with that, just to let you all know a couple of things for the program for today. We are recording this event. If anybody feels uncomfortable, please just keep your video off. You're welcome to put it on, but we are in what's called focus mode. So we're not going to really see everybody up on the screen anyway. Anyone that wants a copy of the event or the recording afterwards, please let me know. Happy to share that over. So we'll kick off with a keynote from Nicole on personal and professional brand. Then we're going to move into a panel discussion on the topic of leading with purpose and really understanding what's your why. Then we're going to move into another panel about growth and commercial success. And we will, sorry, 1 second, I'm getting a little notification here. The last one will be a keynote from Dr. Louise Mala. She is an expert vocal coach and will be talking a lot about communication strategies and negotiation in business. Then following that panel, then we'll move into the breakout rooms. So I will give everybody a gentle reminder at the end, just before we go into the breakout rooms, when it's going to happen, how you do it, so no problem. But keep most of your questions, if you can, for those rooms. We will have 30 minutes of those all of those rooms open. So please keep most of your questions for there. Oh, I need a glass of water. I'm going to just quickly tell everybody who I am, and then I'm going to hand it over to Mike. I am Australian, and I am dialing in from New York. I have lived in New York for several years after leaving Australia 8 years ago after I graduated, and embarked on what I thought would be a 3-month journey through South America, but I just kept going and never went back to live in Australia. My career has spanned across the international innovation and investment landscape, and that has taken me to live in some pretty cool places around the world. So I've lived in Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea, Colombia, Mexico, and then I settled in New York. I have worked on the investment side of a venture capital fund where I primarily looked after deal flow, due diligence, and working on growth, supporting our portfolio companies to grow so that would benefit us in the end. I also ran a global accelerator where I would launch and scale international tech startups into New York. And I've been an independent advisor for several years, most predominantly working with tech startups. Before joining the awesome team of Catapult, which I only did a couple of months ago, I led a capital raise and helped to build out a growth team for a health tech startup throughout the pandemic. I am working with Mike to build out innovation programs across Australia, and I'm really excited to be working with the business community in Australia. I'll actually be flying over in a couple of weeks to be in Sydney for a few months, and I'll be working with Mike to run her Catapult, which we'll share a little bit more details afterwards. But I'm going to hand it over to Mike while I get some water, and Mike can give you a little intro from himself.
Well, I'll give you a bit of a break from your sort of marathon intro here. Thank you so much, Faye. That was a great start to it, to kick it off with good energy. I've noticed as I'm watching the participant panel on the side of my screen here, and we've still got people coming in. I think we had another 7 people show up in the last 3 minutes or 4 minutes. So welcome to all of those that have just arrived. My name is Mike. I'm the founder of Catapult. As Faye hinted at earlier, I grew up in Europe. I'm Danish, and I'm saying that just because some of you might be sitting there going, what is this weird accent this guy has? I get that quite a lot, so I might as well just let the cat out of the bag. The background to what I'm doing and why am I here, as probably a lot of people started with a corporate career back in Europe, had good fun with that, learned a lot, helped other people have some great successes, came to Australia and to be honest, couldn't find a job. It was a recession, and nobody wanted to hire someone that just came off the boat. And so I did what any insane person would do, is start a business, which I think I'm now on business number 8 or something like that in Australia. And some of those have been massive failures, and some of them have been really, really pleasant successes. And the reason I mention that is that with a lot of events, and I'm often speaking at events, what I always say to people, the reason I'm standing up here is because I made more mistakes than pretty much anyone else in the room. And at least it means that I know where all the potholes and roads are, and can help anyone working with us to steer around those potholes. And that, in a nutshell, is what we do with Catapult. It's about growth. It's about scaling your business. It's about raising the necessary capital. But it's not about seeing any of those disciplines as a separate thing. It's actually about seeing all of that together. If you think about it from an investor perspective, you come with a great investment proposition, but your business is not really going anywhere. That's actually not that great. And as we probably many of us know on this call here, if you've got a great business, sometimes you just need that capital to get it off the ground. So we see all of these kind of things very, very closely integrated. But yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I love what I do. I think this is a lot of fun. I get enormous satisfaction from working with some really, really awesome clients that we have on board, and service support those people. And we often get callbacks from people we previously worked with and say, hey, hope you don't mind, just got this kind of question, what should I do, kind of thing. And we would love to kind of keep supporting them as pretty much forever until they have their grand exit at the other end. That's probably enough about me. Back to you, Faye.
Cool. Thank you, Mike. For anyone that's not too active in the chat, I'm seeing a lot of people really want access to the recording. So I'm going to send a link to everyone where you can have access to that after the event. I will now quickly give a little introduction to 2 people here, Rod and Alan from our team. They're not going to do too much. Bring them up to say hello in a second, but they will be moderating the breakout rooms. That's just if you have any questions about the event, if you have any technical issues or anything, they're going to be there for moral support, really. Alan, do you want to just jump in and say hello, just so people know your face? You're not some random person in the rooms.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all online.
I can pin you there.
Looking forward to the day.
Okay, cool. Alan is our COO at Catapult. Cool. And now this is Rod. 1 second.
Hello,
Rod
I'm Rod.
is...
I'm Rod. I head up the investment side in Catapult, so maybe one day we'll be working together. That would be nice.
Yeah. Always.
That's a good way of putting it.
Rod's our capital guy. Cool. Rod will be in the growth panel, so that's convenient. And then we'll have Alan, who's in a leading with purpose. Mike will be jumping between the 2 keynotes, and I'll be here, so you can hang out with me if you want. Awesome. I think now we're a little early for Nicole to kick in. Let me see what we're up to from here. Yeah, I'll just see if Nicole has joined us. That was really... Oh, no, sorry. We are moving into, I lost track of my notes. We have mentioned her Catapult a couple of times. And so now I'm going to ask Mike a couple of questions. It originally came from him, the concept. And I recently found out that this has been about 2 years in the making, building out this concept. So Mike, do you want to just give a little intro of why you wanted to start a program for female founders?
Sure, love to talk about that. And I think it's important to bring that up as a point in the debate. Full credit goes to a guy called Jason Lee. Basically, him and I were sitting in a series of meetings, and as you do when you often are brainstorming, hey, what can we do? We realized that there was a real lack of, shall we say, in our view, the appropriate support for women in business. And I use that as a broad term. And we started debating it and we started building some frameworks. And then we looked at each other going, come on, hang on. This is stupid. Here's two men sitting in a little room in Sydney trying to build a program for women entrepreneurs and female founders. No. This is not going to work. So we invited some people in to form a steering committee. This was about probably 9 months ago. And we had a series of steering committee meetings and some amazing feedback and input to basically understand, well, what is the real need out there? Where should we go? How should we structure this? And, we sort of put a little bit of a hold on it, probably for about 2 months until Faye was able to join the fray, because to be blunt, I needed somebody that could run this program and get it up and running. And Faye and I had an ongoing conversation online, probably about during the same time, actually. And it became more and more obvious that that would be a logical choice with Faye's deep experience across a number of different fields to step in and make this reality. So the main thing I want to say, and I'm not here to hog the microphone for all the morning, so I'll keep it short, but something that we are very committed to and very keen to do, which is also hard to do, is we're not here to create segregation. We're not here to say, oh, here's a program over here, because if you're a woman or if you're a whatever not, you should be in a special box. No, it's the other way around. It's like, how can we actually level the playing field? And, that's both obvious, but it's also not necessarily the easiest thing to do. And it's something that I, quite frankly, right now need to put my hand up and says, we cannot do this alone. So if there's some of you sitting on this call today and say, hey, we could give a hand with this today, love to hear from you afterwards. We are looking at a long-term shift, and we're looking at a long-term shift both from how easy it is to get a business off the ground to raising capital, all these kind of things. And a lot of our opinions have been formed through, shall we say, anecdotal evidence. In other words, I speak to a lot of female founders, and we have female founders, on our programs. But the reality is, what I hear all the time is, hey, I got snubbed for this contract. Oh, what happened there? Oh no, they wanted the man to run this kind of thing. I'm going, like, you've got to be kidding. Like, what? And we've had the same stories about people raising capital, and we're going, that's just not right. And to help you understand why I'm feeling that way, because I get annoyed when I see wasted talent. That really gets up my nose. Right, that is the underlying feeling of why am I here today, is because it pisses me off when I see some really brilliant people are just having too much of a hard time to do what if you're a man, particularly if you're a white man, hey, it's one of them here, then it's dead easy. And that doesn't have to be like that. So I think that's probably enough said to get you an understanding of the emotion that's behind this thing, but also this has been a long time in the planning. Like, we started this, probably about a year ago when Jason and I started having initial conversations. It's been a while.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Mike. We just wanted to give a quick little intro, and if anyone has questions about it or wants to hear more, we will be sticking on a little bit after the breakout rooms. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce Nicole, our first speaker. I'm going to let Nicole do a little bit more of an intro on herself than I will, because she's a woman of many talents, and I will do a disservice if I try. But she is, just so she doesn't have to come in all by herself. Nicole is an award-winning global brand strategist, international speaker, author, entrepreneur, and coach. She's worked with some of the biggest brands in Australia and internationally, and she's an expert on personal brand. She'll be sharing some really amazing things today about Signature Brand. And Nicole, I have loved getting to know you and more about your business and the work that you do in these last few weeks. And so I know everyone's going to have a lot of really cool stuff to take away from this with Nicole. So please keep yourself on mute. Any questions, pop them over into the chat. We'll hopefully have time at the end. We'll if we can. But Nicole, over to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Faye and Mike. It's been an absolute privilege preparing for today and to see everyone's names and everyone in the chat. We'll be using the chat a little later. But when it comes to chat, I've got the chat right next to me here. No holds barred. Just come into the chat. Faye and I will be looking through for any questions, any themes. This is not a presentation, not a lean back experience. This is an all in. Because the best part about my job being a global brand strategist and working with founders, particularly female founders on their personal and professional brand, I'll never be out of a job. We've all got a personal and professional brand. And so this...
Sorry, Nicole, 1 second. No one, can everybody see Nicole? I'm just getting some notifications that you can't.
Oh, okay. Is there anything you need me to do here?
Let me just pin you to the screen.
If you pin me, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I see you.
Can everybody, Mike, can you see Nicole now?
Can I what?
Can people see Nicole?
Yeah, I can see Nicole.
Okay. You can hear me but not see me. Now I've come in on the co-presenter. There you go. How's that?
Is that better?
Is that better, everybody?
I think I'm on the big screen now. I can see
Good.
myself.
Good.
Technical. Okay. All over to you.
Hey.
Okay.
Hello,
Okay.
Nick. Hi,
Okay,
Karen.
here we go.
Oh, got a few people that we know and love. I won't start again, but suffice to say, that's me. There you go at the top. But I was saying with personal and professional brand as a global brand strategist, I do work with founders, female founders especially, on their brands. But now more than ever, leadership in the 2020s has brought us to the forefront of what brand is. We are our own brands, but we're also synonymous with the business and startup brands that we are founders of and heading up as well. So today we've got a glorious 20 minutes together. I've also got a breakout room a little later. So if you do have any burning questions or really want to look into your brand, please come and join me in that session as well. But for today, I'm going to traverse across 3 really important spaces when it comes to your personal times professional brand. I'm actually going to talk to you about the new brand. It's almost like the new normal, but the new brand now is called a signature brand. And I'll share with you what the 4 elements are. And actually, we've got a formula or a canvas that everyone will get after her catapult day. And you'll be able to create your own signature brand. So I'm not going to just share some concepts today. You'll get amongst it. And out of this session, you'll be able to create the basis for your signature brand that is right now for the new normal. We're also going to talk about a digital footprint. What does that mean right now? And how to get out of our own way. I'm going to tell you why it's impossible to tickle yourself. And we're going to touch on 70% of us having those imposter syndrome feelings, why we have them, what they are, and how we get out of our own way when it comes to us telling our own story. So for now, I'm just going to share my screen and get you just to feedback and let me know that you can see my screen as well. Just in the chat, make sure that we've got everything. Yeah, thank you. Wonderful. So before we go any further, why this? Why me? You can't say, Donna can't see the screen. Just checking that everyone can before we go on.
It's clear from my end.
Okay, Donna, yes, Jean's in. See, the best thing about having a chat box right here.
Great.
So why me, why this, and why now? Well, why now? It's because shift happens. Shift has really happened to all of us. And we're on the inside track today. We're talking, Kim can't see the screen. I wonder if it's anything that we can do on our tech side.
Yeah, I'm not too sure because it should be, let me just, because some people can see it. Just so everybody knows, there's nothing, she's presenting, but there's nothing like too much there.
Let me just share my next screen, which has a little bit more.
Yeah, there's some more details there. People
so
see
Sam says, I can't see started sharing screen, but just black, nothing actually on it.
Okay, maybe you want to just click out, stop sharing.
I
your
will
screen,
click out. Just one
and then
moment.
click back
Well,
in.
if some people can see your screen, but others can't, it's
Now
not a problem at your end, Nicole. It's a problem at the other end.
Okay, there's a couple of things we can do. Is I will share again. If that doesn't work, Faye, I might go out and wonder if I can come back in as a. I can't.
So for those of you that have two screens, it may not work. It's a part of the Zoom features, and so it's nothing we have the ability to control from our end.
So we've got me on the
two
screen
screens.
again. Donna can see my face, only one screen.
Yeah, but again, it's if you got more than one screen, it'll stuff up.
Okay, I'm going to remove the spotlight. How's that for people?
Yeah.
All
Let's
right, if you
continue
can
on,
remove
Nicole.
the spotlight and see if we've got my screen.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm not too. Alan, from your end, how's that going?
I'll come off share to see. We can do this anyway. There's no problem. There'll just be a bit more note taking. Did you want me to test again, Faye?
Yeah, do you want to jump in and we'll try one more time?
Absolutely. Let's do this.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for that.
That's all right. How's everyone going with that screen?
It's all good.
Yeah, from my end, it's clear. Can everybody
How's
see
everyone
that?
else? We've got Adrian, Donna, Carolyn, Kim. How's it going for you?
Okay. Yeah, it's looking like no one. Okay. Oh, Nicole, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened there. For me, it's super clear. I can see your screen and that we trialed it.
That's okay. Would you like me to, no, there's nothing I can come back in because it's the way we're set up. That's all right. I'm very, could see her before, not now. So I'm not sure if people can see me or people can see the screen.
The screen.
All right. So you've got the screen.
Okay. Let's just, getting mixed messages here. I'm really not sure. But you know what, everybody? Zoom has changed quite a bit, and there are a lot of different features. And Mike and I have found that if you don't activate some things on your own personal Zoom, you don't get full access to what some other people might be seeing. But yeah, Nicole, maybe you can just all I can see is
that's all right. I'm just going to go. If you can't see my screen, you won't lose too much. I'll make sure that I hybrid and just pad and paper or here we go. Everyone can see your video because the host has spotlighted you. So you can see me now, Nina. Okay.
Yeah, I think some people can see the screen, some can't. But yeah,
So,
I believe everybody can see you.
A technical hint, if I may, at the top of your Zoom window, at the top right, there's a little tiny button that says view. It looks like a little square with 3 dots over it. And you may choose to change the view options. For example, you can swap video and share screen. You can choose different views. That will usually fix when you can't see the share screen.
Not
always, but it will often do that.
So we'll let people. Okay.
But yeah,
I
can see.
I think we're good to go, Nicole. Let's go.
We'll just launch in. So when we talk about shift happens when it comes to our personal and professional brand, how I used to introduce myself before, I guess, the global pandemic and we all went virtual and global was more so these dot points or proof points or social proof of who I was and what I did and how I could add value to you. If you're not seeing this on screen, it's just that stock standard, what I call a laundry list of everything I'm able to deliver. And so when you come into sharing some of the brands that I've worked with, it would have normally looked like this. And this is possibly how a lot of us founders and entrepreneurs are putting ourselves still out in the world. Today, I'm going to give you a twist on that. If you can't see my screen, it's okay. Faye is going to send you out a sheet and a one-pager to be able to really nail the new world order of how we can introduce ourselves. And I'm actually going to verbally give that to you in a moment as well. When we talk about shift happens, There's 6 shifts that I want to share with you right now as we dive into today and we keep that centricity about today. What does that mean about me when we're talking about purpose infused in my brand? When we're talking about having partnerships and actually coming into this human side? Your brand is ultimately tied to that of your company. Never before has this been more true. You are not one person on one side and your founder brand, entrepreneur, startup or business brand on the other side. We now need to know we are our brand. When we come out of startup and are in scale up or beyond, that's when we start looking at how we untether from our brand. But in that first 5 years, absolutely, we need to be intrinsic. Web and social era that we knew for the last 10 years has now been amplified by our global pandemic. So it's not just web and social, we are full digital now. And what that means is our workplaces and our environments, so the ones you work in, your clients work in, your community, your society, and your team, we're 100% digital and hybrid. What that means for our personal, professional, and also corporate brand is that everything's been mushed. We've seen everyone's cats running across the keyboards. We've seen kids in the background. We've seen things we can't unsee. But our private and our personal and our professional and our corporate lines, they've all blurred. And so we've now got an irreversible digital footprint that has been forged. And did you know that 93% of all 2-year-olds have a digital footprint? 93%. And you've got a digital footprint as well. And so understanding if we don't take control of that digital footprint, it will be created by default for us, not by design with us or us leading it. So we do need to take control of that narrative from today. And the good news is it's not too late for us to rein that in. And people are insatiably searching for meaning and purpose. We've heard all about the Great Resignation. It's great for us in the freelance entrepreneur, startup and founder world, because we're getting incredible talent coming and flooding into our world. And we have the pick of the crop. But also it's a crisis. I'm seeing this watershed of personal and professional brand flowing in that's created by default. There's oversimplified narratives and misrepresented positioning. And to be simple about it, we're all over the shop when it comes to what everyone's personal professional brand is when we're coming into this digital footprint. So that's what we're here to do today, is to own our narrative and to drive our purpose infused with this shift. That's just going to go through a little bit, don't know why. So in the new narrative, the gig economy is growing at a rate 3 times faster than our overall global workforce. 3 times faster. It means by 2027, us founders, entrepreneurs, and freelance will make up most of the global workforce. The most fascinating piece about this in 2025, four short years, millennials will make up 75% of the global workforce. Why that's significant is they don't have a personal brand. They are their brand. They step in. They know what they stand for. They know what purpose is infused into their profit-led businesses. And they know what they won't walk past. They know how to articulate their value. And so every entrepreneur, business owner, freelancer, independent contract, we're going to face more competition than ever before. So this is our moment to differentiate ourselves. What does that look like in leadership in 2020? Well, when we introduce ourselves now, it's much more of a narrative. Here's how I introduce myself now, and I've broken this down in your one-pager for you to pretty much nail these 4 elements of your personal and professional brand for your digital footprint. I'm a passionate connector, powerful storyteller, and playful experience creator. And I help valuable yet invisible professional experts and their organizations align their vision, articulate their value, and amplify their voice so that they can grow sustainable businesses, design successful careers, and make bigger impacts. I'm a global brand strategist, a profile specialist, an international keynote speaker, and founder of Brand True North and Brand Your Way. My vision is to shift humanity by building brands with purpose. I'm on a mission to ignite 20,000 professional experts, thought leaders and change makers such as yourselves by 2025 to realize their value, reach their potential and lift others with legacy. It's great to meet you. Now, when you do see that and then reflect on your own personal Times Professional brand, I've got a question for you. Actually, we've got a poll for you. I'd love to know, and I know that Faye and Mike and the team here are also quite curious. I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, but we've made it easier in the poll. If we can launch the poll, I'd love to know, how confident are you that you've nailed your personal Times Professional brand? So are you very confident, somewhat confident, neutral, or not feeling quite confident just yet about your personal Times Professional brand? Let us know.
Yeah, I'll give that a couple of minutes. Well, not a couple of minutes, a couple more seconds. Okay.
And Gil said, start taking control of your professional brand from today. Other examples of the best time to start is 20 years ago. Second best time is today. I love that, Gil.
Cool. So we've got a few confident.
This is what we were saying, Faye. It usually is about that 33, then split between that neutral. So it's very interesting. I love that, Kim. So somewhat confident. I love that we're very confident as well, because in this room, as we stack up to the rest of the world, there is a global stat that I'd like to share with you all. And again, probably we'll do it while we've got everyone. What do you think? Here we go. There is a stat about the percentage of professionals across the globe and what percentage has actually nailed or defined their personal Times Professional brand. Now, this is a trick question. See if you can actually find the trick in the question. Do you think it's less than 75% of us, less than 55%, less than 25%, or less than 15%? Trick question there.
Couple more coming in. Okay.
Less than 75
seconds.
55.
There we go.
What have we got there, Faye? Oh, I love it. Okay, we're very savvy here. We've got less than, and the trick question is obviously anything above 15% is technically right. But you're absolutely right. I'll just share my screen again for those who are following along on the screen. Is that when we go into, less than 15% of people have truly defined their personal brand. What's more, I guess, shocking and inspiring for me is less than 5% are living it constantly at work. So thinking about that and yourselves, and we've got a couple of moments left. This is the question that I get asked most often. How do I put all my skills, achievements, career experience, passion, vision, and what matters most all in one place, so it makes sense to me, and communicate them with confidence, consistency, and cut through? So let's answer that for you all as well. There's 21 types of brands that we're managing at any one time on this globe. So no wonder that there is some confusion around that. The know, like, and trust economy is vital for us to nail, because people connect with people, people trust people, and they do business with other people also. So when it comes to your personal and professional brand, you will have this whole pack. If you can't see my screen, the very, very light difference is our personal brand is identity and reputation, character and attitude, passions and purpose, and personal achievement, where our professional brand is value, reputation, career journey, story, impact and legacy, and professional achievements. When we're looking at a blueprint of how do we do this, hands up if you wanted to nail your personal professional brand in 5 sentences, like the way I was just able to do before. If we can have 2 hands up, let's do it. So this is the whole idea behind keeping it simple. You should be able to state your brand in 5 sentences. I know, what the face. So this is how we'll do it. You have a personal brand sentence, a professional brand sentence, your profile, and your purpose. It actually looks like this. When you get your 1-pager, which is actually a 4-pager, when you get your 1-pager, it will look like this. This is exactly what I read out, or if you can't see my screen, what you heard. And then the green pieces are interchangeable words. Basically, it's a big blankety blank. You can actually insert your words there. But you'll see we've got a personal brand sentence, very clear, just 3 pieces. A professional brand sentence, your profile or your corporate identity, and your purpose. The 4th one is your purpose, and also, so your vision and mission, or your purpose. This is the one thing that I see missing, and the one thing that is most needed now. Really sit with what that purpose infused profit message for you is as well. 2 things, and then I'll hand back to yourself. When you do get your 1-pager, you get some prompts to go through. Brand storytelling. It's really hard to tell our own story, and it comes from the same philosophy as we can't tickle ourselves. If you're sitting there thinking it's really hard for me to write my brand or tell my story or get out of my own way, it's because we're living our own story. It's an experience. So it's the same brain that is experiencing the story finds it really hard to step outside and tell the story. And it's exactly the same as tickling ourselves. So next time you think that you're terrible at telling your own story, we all are. We're not wired to, so it's okay. We just need to get out of our own way, have that signature brand. The digital footprint is basically where we find ourselves in the digital world. Make sure you Google yourself, see what is being said out there, see what your profiles are saying, and just your job over the next 21 days, let's make it quite easy, is to do a brand audit for yourself across your digital footprint. Own the narrative, what it's saying, and try and update your profile with the formula that I've already given you. And of course, getting out of your own way. That imposter syndrome does not have any place in leadership in 2022. You can do this, and you are going to do it anyway. So I'm not sure if we've got time for questions, Faye. It was a little bit more compact than we would like, but it gives everyone a taste of setting the scene. It's the big picture going through today with her catapult, really understanding and putting yourself in with every panel you listen to today. Don't miss the opportunity of making sure you take as many notes of what does that mean for you as your own brand moving in to leadership in 2020.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nicole. That was great. And for anyone that didn't get to see those slides, we will be sharing some of Nicole's material after the end of the event. I do have a little exercise which Nicole didn't get a chance to share, but if you want to just pop into the chat just for your own purposes, if you had to define your brand, personal or professional, or the intersection of both in 2 words, what would they be? Can be a little tricky.
Oh, I love this.
So I now am going to bring up the other speakers. We're going to kick off with the first panel, which is leading with purpose. So today we have, I just want to see if Colette is here. I'm going to move you over as a co-host. Please pop on your camera. And then we have Pam. I saw Pam. Where is she? Pam's here. Oh, yep, you've got your camera on, Pam. And then we have Suzanne. Suzanne, are you here with us?
I certainly am.
Yes, okay, cool. Let me just edit my view a little bit so I can see our speakers. Ingrid, I'm just going to take you off as co-host. Actually, no, I'll just leave it. Awesome, ladies. Okay, so no sharing of screens for the rest of the time. Let me just quickly, sorry about the little delay, but I'm pulling up my notes. So to give a quick little intro, just because of time, we have Pam Brosman here today with us. She is an international mentor to women coaches who want to scale their business globally with their own digital signature programs and online training. as an elite personal brand expert, and she's also a 15-time #1 Amazon bestseller, speaker, and digital brand expert. So we have more following on from Nicole's amazing intro on personal branding. One of Pam's favorite quotes is that wisdom is a gift that keeps on giving, so be generous. I love that. Then we also have Suzanne Brensgrove. Suzanne is the managing director of the Women in Family Business Network. She's also a change architect, entrepreneur, and family business specialist. Suzanne will brings to light of our conversation today, leadership and purpose around managing change and how family and work intersect. Then we also have Colette here from Amazon. Colette heads up the startup ecosystem for Australia and New Zealand at Amazon. She has worked with founders and organizations across Australia and New Zealand to help them grow a vibrant, innovative, and successful startup ecosystem. And she has also launched a venture studio. Sorry, ladies, I'm trying to skim through the bios a little on time. She's launched a venture studio and also built out her own company, or is on the board of, sorry if I got that wrong, Head Over Heels, which is a growth connector for female-led companies. So thank you all for joining the panel. 3 diverse ladies here today. And I would like to just kick off the discussion with what's your why? That's one that I feel really feeds into this conversation. It is something that I ask founders a lot in my own personal work experience. And when whether they're telling me their story, business idea, or trying to tell me about their company. And what I've learned is that as you go deeper, you start to learn so much more about why they started their company or what continues to push them along. And it's really interesting. And I feel like at the core of that is that it's their purpose. And more is exactly what we're going to spend the next 30 minutes talking about today. I will start off with a question to all panelists, and that is, actually I might start with Pam, just so then we can have it through. Around the concept of purposeful leadership, what does purposeful leadership mean to you in your experience as your own, as a businesswoman yourself, and then also with the many that you have with?
Thank you for inviting me to this amazing summit, and hello to everybody who's here. So I kind of like purposeful leadership to mean something that is more important to you as an individual, like lead from within first, and then you can lead other people. So purposeful leadership for me is more about making a big impact, influencing others positively, as well as taking inspired action. So I think if you have a vision and your purpose is driven towards other people, and then you focus on leading yourself as well as others towards a vision that's important to them, that's what it means to me personally.
Awesome, thank you, Pam. Colette, from the innovation side and your experience of working with a lot of founders, what are your purposeful leadership?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's super awesome to be part of this discussion. I love this topic of purpose. It's very much something that I think has driven most of where I ended up in my career. When I think about purpose, I used to think a lot about my life and my career in terms of like these outcomes and achievements. Like, I think it was just Nicole who mentioned earlier, it's like, here's all the bullet points of the things that I've achieved. Here's my resume when people ask you, but the why that really drives me is I think about what are the odds that we got to end up here in this world, in this collection of atoms and energy that I am. I could have been a paperclip. I could have been a snail. I could have been any number of, things, but I ended up being me. And what an amazing opportunity and what a gift that is. And I get this one shot to do this. So what do I want to achieve with that? And I've always thought about, what does the future look like? How do I impact the things that I do today makes a difference for the future? And I think I'm trying to make that future be as sustainable and inclusive as possible. Those are the two things that really drive me. That's my why. I think startups very much shape the future. So that's where I ended up. That's why I ended up doing what I do. So now I get to work through, 10,000 startups across Australia and New Zealand, trying to really help those that are trying to build a sustainable and inclusive future in a very outsized way, to try and help them do 10x what they're doing. So that's what I think about as purposeful leadership, is that impact that I get to make and the scale that I can do that at.
Oh, I love that. And I love the comment about paperclip. That's so fun. Cool. Thank you for sharing, Colette. I'm going to just, sorry, everybody. I'm like, nah, we've got a little bit of a, there we go. Suzanne, I would love to hear your thoughts on purposeful leadership from your perspective, especially with, and maybe if you could just share a couple of words on the Women and Family Business Network. So everybody who doesn't know knows a little bit more about that.
Yeah, sure. First of all, a lot what Colette and Pam mentioned before does resonate, and I have to say the same thing. I think I actually wrote down I could have been a paperclip. I think that's an absolutely beautiful statement. It's never occurred to me that might have been an option, but you just never know. I think this concept that we have around purpose and leading with purpose is just such an interesting evolution, because it's not something that's ever crossed my mind in my early years of my career. I think purpose had a different meaning then. It was, you do something with purpose, and that sort of had more of a connotation of focused, on successful, on goal-oriented, on you relentlessly pursuing. What I hadn't really ever considered is the concept of what Pam mentioned, there's something greater than yourself. And I think I sort of fell into my purpose over time, and I started to more and more realize that there were things that gave me meaning, and there were things that I was passionate about. And at some point it crystallized as something that I could define as purpose. Now, as you mentioned, I work with family businesses. I come from a family business. I understand dynamic of families in business. I understand what happens there. And what I started to realize over time is that they're very complex systems with incredibly fragile humans in it, who actually often lack a common purpose or meaning or driver or direction. And they're starting to fracture on their own individual journeys, because the concept of meaningful leadership on a personal level doesn't really exist. So as you can imagine, if you're stuck in a very painful environment, you end up with people who are impacted beyond something that you come across in a corporate and government environment. And people end up with substance abuse problems, mental health issues. There are so many things that can happen to you when you are in a toxic system, and yet nobody actually really wants to be there. So the Women and Family Business Network really supports those who naturally or through empathy and natural tendencies and nurturing tendencies tend to see that there's something wrong within their family system, and often also the business system. And they're trying to find avenues to find like-minded women in similar situations who might share some of their story and some of what it is that they're trying to find answers for. So that is something that came out of an absolute passion and purpose. My purpose is all around creating sustainable family businesses, and everything that I do directs towards that, but it shows itself in different forms. So that is what we do. And we create different conversations, different pieces of knowledge, different support systems. And it is all around leading self first, putting the oxygen mask on, understanding what's happening in your system, and then being able to lead the family members through change and to change first sometimes, and then through change, and then starting to let that flow into the business also.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a really incredible organization. Thank you for the intro, Suzanne. What in my experience is that, and I know Pam is a believer of this as well, is that often people can be struggling so much towards finding this sense of purpose that it often leads to procrastination, or feeling that you're doing something and it's not what you're meant to be doing. So then you end up constantly running around in circles. You end up going down a rabbit hole, or you feel like you're wasting time. So I have a question I'll kick it off to Pam first. Why do you think that people end up procrastinating when they are, this concept of procrastination, that because you're striving so hard towards purpose, why is it such a big deal for people? Oh, sorry, you're on mute. Let me keep on muting everybody. Pam, you want to just unmute yourself? Yeah. Pam, you're on mute still.
It's frozen.
Okay. Pam, can you, there, nope. Okay.
Unmute. Okay. Can you?
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see me? Because there's a few people saying they can't see me in the chat. So it doesn't matter if they can't. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. It's just a little bit. Sorry. Pam. It's a little bit of a lag because I'm over across the other side of the world. So as Pam starts talking, that's when she'll come up onto the screen.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, so I'm a little bit different to a lot of people, and it's not about purpose so much that I struggle with. When it comes to procrastination, it's about finding your purpose. Like, I'm 57 years old and I still haven't found my purpose. And so what people do is that so many people say, have you found your purpose? And so they sit on the sidelines of life waiting for that purpose to come to them. And really, I believe that, you know, you should live your life every day with just being happy, helping people, and taking focused action. Your only purpose in life is to keep momentum and be better than yesterday's best. So that's the reason why it causes procrastination, and it actually lets people, it's kind of like an excuse to not step outside of your comfort zone, because you keep saying, oh, I don't know what my purpose is, or I haven't found my purpose. So it's sort of making people, you know, not live their life. I would rather people go out there and just say, well, did I impact anybody today? Did I achieve anything today? Did I help someone today? And, you know, move forward a little bit every day. That to me is your purpose. Purpose is momentum towards a vision that impacts others as well as yourself. So that's how I see it.
Awesome. Thank you, Pam. Yeah, I love that. I'm just going to now ask actually a different question over to Colette, which is one that I am really interested to hear your response based on your background. And that's one that I've also experienced. And it's within the innovation and the startup world. A lot of founders, they are building new businesses in new disruptive industries, and they struggle with this. Do I persevere with the original plan I intended, or do I pivot into something else? And I'd just love to hear your thoughts behind, you know, does being a purposeful driven leader, you know, how does this affect those kinds of decisions that you make and the mission you set out for yourself as a founder and the one you set for your company?
Wow, curveball. Look, I think the beautiful thing when you actually lead with purpose, or when you do anything with purpose, is purpose gives you range. Like, it extends your range out from the immediate out into something that is much bigger and much further. And what you get when you get bigger range is that all of the little blips along the way kind of equal out. Like, if the range of what you're looking at is this, then every single thing is like a major win or a major loss. Like the spikes are more severe in a shorter range. When you have something like vision and purpose that drives you, you extend that and things kind of smooth out over time. So when it comes to should you persevere, should you pivot, when I look for founders that are really awesome to work with, it's the ones that are really attached to the mission, not necessarily the how they're doing it. It's like the mission very rarely changes. The vision, the overall, what are they trying to achieve, rarely changes. The how is where they're much more, where I look for people who are also taking data, not just doing things by gut. So once you know what that vision is, then I think what you do is you can chunk it up and say, look, I think that the way that my hypothesis for how we're going to achieve this is this. I'm going to measure success like this. And then you've got to be brutal with the data. Then you have to go and, because everybody, this is your baby, right? Nobody wants to go and drown their baby in the bathtub somewhere. So when things don't work, you have to be very unemotional about looking at the data and looking at the results and saying, is this actually moving me towards success of that vision? And then you can make better decisions of saying, like, should I pivot? Should I not? What should I change? The question then becomes how, and not so much if, but it's a how question, not an if question. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, brilliant answer. Yeah, question being a bit of a mouthful, but I knew you'd get the point of what I was trying to make there. Awesome. Suzanne, I'd love to pull the question over to you now, or I might just ask one out to the panel. Oops, sorry, get me. I'll just take the spotlight off there. A question I wanted to ask you, based on your business of working as a change agent or change architect, I think it is, when we, especially for a lot of the founders in the room, when you get off course with this busyness of growing and scaling your business, and often people can lose track of why they started something, or why you just one day ended up, you find yourself and you think, how did I end up here? Any advice you could share with the audience today on, how you can kind of readjust or catch yourself, and what signs you could look for?
Yeah, look, it's a really interesting concept when you're talking about, I mean, and I sort of do agree with some of what Pam's saying. You know, if we're just trying to be perfect around purpose, we really would be procrastinating. We just never get anywhere, because the reality is it's a growth journey that we have to go through, and it's an imperfect journey by nature, because we grow and we do hit hurdles and we do take wrong turns. And what is really important is to find quicker and quicker ways, or better ways, to pulling yourself up on that. And so what I tend to find is that, especially for those who do follow and passion or purpose, you have to have business rigor. And Colette, you were saying this, that you cannot lose your focus on business performance and having a business that goes somewhere, and understanding what failing fast means, because otherwise you're going to be on a very painful journey for a very, very long period of time. And what that takes really is having people around you who you can share that with and share your goals with, who can hold you accountable and who can help you by trekking along the journey that you've set for yourself. I think just as equally important, though, is to almost have somebody on the other side who's your passion coach to a certain extent, somebody who understands why this all matters to you and what has meaning to you. Because I think both need to be in balance. You can't completely focus on one or the other. And I see this quite a lot, especially with women in the startup space. You know, being driven by passion is a beautiful, beautiful thing, but it can be incredibly damaging if that is all you're focused on. So why is it that we're seeing a lot of women who are in the entrepreneurial space not having any super, not making any progress, really starting to get paid less than they would have get paid in a corporate career? Because that can't also be the idea. You can't completely undermine everything. You can't undermine yourself, basically, just so you can follow purpose. But equally, I know for self, if I was purely performance and driven and business driven, I would also lose absolute interest in it. So the ability to have people on either side who understand what your goals are and what your passion is, and can keep you honest, and who you can keep having conversations with, so that you're basically having a parallel process of making sure you're progressing on both, is something I highly recommend, because that is really when you have that help that you need to pull yourself forward, to ask yourself the questions that you might not have seen at that point in time. And the reality is I don't know how many times in the last 7 or 8 years, I've had moments where I've gone, why am I doing this? This is just also hard. When is it going to get easier? And they're the moments you shouldn't have to be on your own. There need to be people you can trust. So that's really my recommendation. The whole concept about not going down rabbit holes, being able to keep moving for things that are important, really are the key. Is you can't really go this journey on your own. So you need a tribe of people around you who can assist.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I mean, in my experience of, my career where I ended up, it was never my plan. If I had have stuck to my plan, I never would have done, a lot of the incredible things that I've had the opportunity to do. And in my experience, and I'm going to share this out, or I'm going to ask over to anyone on the panel that wants to jump out next, but there have been some really powerful catalyst moments in my life that have led me to transition into something else, or to follow through in a certain way. And perhaps at the time it felt like something that was horrible or terrifying. But now that I look back, it felt like it was some greater force perhaps that was driving me in the right direction. I feel a lot of people can relate to this. Anyone in the audience that wants to share a couple of examples, you could put those in the chat. But Colette, Suzanne, or Pam, I know Pam, you've had, with your corporate career background, if you want to jump in and share your amazing story of how you ended up with where you are today, that'd be good.
Okay, well, I come from 25 years corporate, and I happened to marry an entrepreneur, had no idea what an entrepreneur was. And so when I had my son, I was put in that position where I had to decide, was I going to go back to a 40-hour week and put my son second, or was I going to do what my husband was doing, sitting down the beach in a pair of shorts while I was stuck in an office, in a suit? And of course, I chose my son. And so I had to learn very, very quickly, how could I take my skills that I had acquired in my corporate life and use that to create an entrepreneur journey. And becoming a personal brand was so important to that. And learning to evolve and to become digital was one of the things that has helped me sort of stay as an entrepreneur and never have to go back for 18 years. But you have to have a mindset of being able to evolve. What I find that a lot of people don't like to do is they don't like change. And in the current environment that we have, all of a sudden, we all saw 2 years ago, everything turned upside down. But fortunately for me, I went from, speaking on stages to 100% digital because I saw where the world was headed and I knew that I had to evolve with it. And I went 100% digital. So when everybody was having to pivot and figure out and go Zoom and do meetings and do all this sort of stuff and freaking out, my business had already evolved into where the world was heading. So that had a huge impact on me. And then I was given the opportunity to go and spend 7 days with Sir Richard Branson on his island. And he really changed my whole perspective. And I really want to share that with you. He really showed us, even though we were going, there was 30 millionaires and billionaires on this island, and we were brainstorming ways that we could change and make a bigger impact on the world. And one thing that Richard said that really changed my perspective in life and business, and I'm a solopreneur, been a solopreneur for 18 years, is that he said most people spend their whole life in their business wanting to leave a legacy. And he said, why don't you just create a living legacy that you can enjoy while you're alive that will impact the masses? And that really, really struck a chord with me. And that's when I made everything in my business about having fun and about influencing and having an impact. And that, I think, has been a huge impact on my life and the students that I mentor as well.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Pam. Just made me think of the concept behind the growth mindset and a fear mindset, which a lot of people have struggled with throughout the pandemic. And what, in my experience in New York with innovation, some of the most powerful founders, well, people that had the most powerful results, I should say, are the ones that saw this pandemic as an opportunity rather than something that was going to change or transform their business. But yeah, I'd love sharing that around Richard Branson's island. That would be amazing. Colette, in your experience, any huge catalysts you've seen that you've realized have led to purpose, or any identifiers that you can share with the audience in your experience, either directly or anyone you've worked alongside with?
Yeah, wow. Look, that's a tough act to follow, Pam. Just gonna put that out there. I think you put it really well, Faye, where you said, it's like individually, like when you make decisions, you don't necessarily think that there's a connection, but then when you look back at the collection, you can sort of see the breadcrumbs of why you ended up where you are. So I'd say that I'm a very spontaneous person. It's one of my characteristics. It's like, should we hop in the car and go for a drive and then keep driving until we get to Cairns? Probably, like that's happened before. So a lot of the decisions I think that I make feel very spontaneous to me, in that moment. But then when I look back, I go, oh yeah, it's aligned because it's aligned to my values and it's aligned to my reality and my sort of purpose in life. I'd say the biggest moment for me career-wise was I was traveling. I was in my early or mid-20s or so. I was traveling the world with my husband. And we saw this problem with how the travel industry worked, and we went, oh, somebody should fix that. And then I had this idea for how we would fix it, which was like a marketplace for bringing locals and travelers together for experiences. And then he started working on it. He was like, that's a great idea. And I was like, that's my idea. And he goes, well, you're not doing anything with it. And I went, hell with you, it's my idea. And that's literally how I started a startup. I had no intention. I had no idea what a startup was. We just started trying to figure out how to build this website. And, I think the passion that we had for solving that particular problem to us kind of drove us towards having to figure it out and going, okay, well, I guess I'll just have to learn how to do it because it needs to get done. And nobody else was doing it. And then my husband was doing it. And I was like, you can't, it's mine. And that's literally how we started our first startup. And we were a couple of months into it when he bounded into the room and he goes, babe, I just read this blog and I think what we're doing is called a startup. I mean, that is literally, I'd like to say that it's this perfectly planned thing where the plan for how I was going to achieve, creating the future was always going to be with a startup. It wasn't. I had no idea what I was doing. But that was a very big moment for me. And because that really put us then into this whole startup ecosystem. And we connected with a bunch of mentors. We had no idea what we were doing. So we had to go and find people who knew what they were doing. And so we just tapped a lot of people, asked people to tell. We've gone through building, businesses and startups in the travel space to kind of like help us out and like, here, can you just sit with us every month, like critically help us look at our metrics and our performance, to Suzanne's point. Like, can you help us look at our performance and like help us figure out where are we going wrong? And that really kind of projected me at least, like very much into the startup space. And I would have never thought that I would end up here, but it is absolutely where I'm meant to be. So I think sometimes, I loved, Suzanne, when you were talking about balancing, the passion versus as well with performance and having to be, critical with your business, but not losing track of your why. I think that balance is really beautiful. But sometimes when you just do things because they feel right, I think we also need to trust our guts, because that feeling when something feels right and it's just magnetic and you go, okay, cool, just say yes and do it. That's probably because there's a whole bunch of, experiences that you have over your life that you're not even conscious of, but that are driving you in that right direction because you've already taken them and decided that those are right.
Absolutely. Love that. Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for sharing. It's always insightful to hear, where people end up and where they found their sense of purpose as a leader. I just wanted to share, with a common phrase or saying, I guess, is if you don't start the business idea that you have, someone else will. So it's always good to keep that in mind. Just some of the answers that you all had to that question I asked, it brought to mind the concept of self-awareness. And I want to ask this to anybody, or maybe Suzanne, if you wanted to take this one, how having a sense of self-awareness in who you are and what you're doing personally and professionally, for me, I think is really powerful for understanding and knowing what are the things that are really important to me. Is it money through my career? Is it having time with my family? And then knowing, okay, maybe I'm not really 100% happy, and maybe it is time to consider if I want to change things up a little bit in my life. What are your thoughts on that, Suzanne?
I think self-awareness is the only thing that can lead to what Colette was talking about and what we're all talking about, this realization of what has meaning for us and what matters, and being in line with that. Without it, we're just going to constantly be influenced externally. I've talked to a coach about this kind of concept once, when you talk about values-led or self-awareness. And I sort of talk about, the way I described it is almost as if when we're younger, our external influence is sort of up here, and our ability to understand what matters to us, what has meaning, what our values are, sort of not really well developed. And then as people influence us and we do things, I sort of like to think, for those of us who are self-aware, it pings back against our values and you get a response from that. And sometimes the response is, oh, that wasn't good, I probably shouldn't have done that, or something just didn't feel right. And that sort of then leads to next time somebody comes up with that same idea, for us to perhaps be really mindful of, well, I think I know that this wasn't quite right, so I might make a different decision. And I think the more self-aware we are and the more we understand how this pings back and what that feels like, at some point there comes a crossover, is how I describe it, where we already know what the response is going to be, because we're so aware of how this lies with us that we don't even really have to go down that road and have that experience to know that that influence is just not going to be right for us. So I sort of call that at that point being values-led and having a completely different framework of guidance. And Colette, I do agree with you. For me, these days, my vision and direction and my internal compass is so strong that I tend to not need that passion coach much any longer. But what I do tend to find is that occasionally, due to noise, sometimes I can lose myself. You talked about before, even rabbit holes, the things that distract us, shiny things put in front of us. When Pam talked about the corporate career, I also had one. There's success factors that sort of keep being dangled in front of us that are tied into what we traditionally know as success, status and money and car and houses and bonus, and not that those are not bad things, but if that's what's an external driver, every now and then somebody dangles something like that in front of me, and it's easier and easier to disregard that. but there are also going to be opportunities that are going to be put in front of you that are actually a distraction, that are not in line with what makes you happy. And it's taken me a long time to actually understand through trial and error, realistically, when I've been on the wrong track again, and when I've made a decision, that often actually the one thing that I tend to find that pulls me away from purpose, if I make a decision based on financial drivers, so either making revenue, because for all of us who are solopreneurs, Pam, we all know that money is good because, we need to survive. There's nobody else paying bills, or because I can reduce costs. Every single time I've gone against this little niggling feeling and I wasn't self-aware enough, it never ended well. But I said, this is where I was saying it's a trial and error. You get better at it. But if in the beginning you're still not sure, that's where you have somebody alongside you who you can bounce things off, because the more you hear your own language and the more you hear your own voice and the more you share those ping back moments where things wasn't comfortable for you, the easier it becomes over time to crystallize what is that actually. Because that is what we call your purpose or your why. But it doesn't just pop up overnight. It's a distilling process. And I'm sure when I look back on today and this conversation in 5 years' time, I look back and go, oh, I thought I knew what I was doing. No, I like to think I sort of know. But there's the incremental improvements all the time. And that's a wonderful journey to be on. So yeah. Self-awareness is a critical component.
Thank you, Nicole. Not Nicole, Suzanne. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I mean, it's always a series of iteration, right? Understanding who we are. And it's a process of evolution too. So thank you for those amazing answers. I just want to be mindful of time. I'm going to ask one question to everybody. And that's just, is there anything here that we feel we haven't addressed? I know this is a really short panel with a big topic, but anyone on the panel would like to share that I haven't had the opportunity to jump into? If not, I can take a question or two from the audience. Otherwise, we can also break and have a couple of minutes to grab a coffee. So Colette, Pam, Suzanne. Yeah, Pam. Yeah, Pam, did you want to?
Myself? Okay, all right. I just wanted to share this because I think it's really, really important, and there's no right and wrong. People are at different stages of their life, and what they want to achieve in their vision at that time in their life is relevant to where they're at the time. So I like to say that there's dreamers, dabblers, doers, and dynamos. And everybody has a different stage where, they may be dreaming, and then they may be just dabbling a little bit because they want to experiment, like those people who are just doing passive income because they're at home with their kids at that time. And like me, my son's just turned 18, so I'm back into dynamo mode. So you can evolve, and it's okay to be one or the other, but keep moving forward. But one of the things I like to do personally as a dynamo is I like to set myself 30, 60, and 90-day goals, and I like to try and beat myself. So that is something that you can, try and implement into your own life. Just be your own competitor. You're not competing with anybody on the outside. Just try and beat yourself and be better every day. And you can't ever lose because you're always going to be focused and moving forward. That's momentum.
Awesome. I love that, Pam. Thank you. Yeah, accountability is huge, whether it's on yourself or you have someone that can hold you accountable, a coach or Catapult. If you think that our program or Catapult, we love holding people accountable. Awesome. Thank you for that. Any questions from the audience that want to come in? Otherwise, I'm going to say thank you so much to our amazing panelists. You're all superstars, really diverse opinions and backgrounds. So thank you for joining us for today. And yeah, we'll see you back at 11:45. The name of the breakout room will be the panel discussion for this topic, Leading with Purpose. So anyone that wants to ask any questions to either Colette, Suzanne, or Pam, you'll have the opportunity to get to know them a little more intimately there. And Colette does have to leave at 12, so she'll only be in for the start of it. But with that said, we're going to take 2-3 minutes break, and then we'll come in for the next panel. Thanks, ladies. Bye. Hey, everybody. Okay, we are back. And I'm just going to wait for Mike to jump back over. Mike is going to be leading us through the next panel, which is around growth and commercial success.
Are we good to go? Is everybody back?
Okay, I haven't seen Andrea yet. I've got two other panelists that are here.
Yes.
Oh, yes, she's here. Sorry. I'll move you over as a host, sorry.
I can see Ingrid is not back in her chair yet. Andrea is on as a co-host. Although I can't see her visually. Are you, is your camera on, Andrea?
Might still be getting coffee. Andrea, are you there with us? Okay. I'll ask you to put your video on. You just want to flip that on, please.
We've got Ingrid back. Hey, Jill. There we go. There's Andrea. I think. Still no picture. Andrea, can you hear us? Does not appear so.
I'm sending her an email now. You there, Andrea? We can hear you're off mute, but we just can't see you. There she is. Background looks great. Awesome. Can you hear us okay?
Can you hear us, Andrea?
Absolutely, no problem.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well, we just had no sound, no vision. So here we go. Big improvement. Let's rock and roll then. So I'd like to introduce you to the next panel we got coming up to steer the conversation over the next half an hour, 40 minutes, whatever we got before Faye steps back in again. So really what we're talking about here is around business growth, commercial success. So this is, if you will, quite a contrast to the topic that we just had. This is the dollars and cents conversation. I hear somebody talking in the background.
I think that's on yours, Mike, because then no one else has their sound on. Or Ingrid. That's okay. You can just keep going.
Okay,
Yeah, we want to keep on going. Yeah.
So first up, we got Ingrid Postema. She's director of growth and strategy firm Carina Capital. She's quite an expert in both debt and equity and crowdfunding capital raises, business growth, M&A, business exits, property, the whole range of services and things that you need to think about when you are building the underpinning of a great company. We got Andrea Gardner with us from GLX Ventures. She's an investor, entrepreneur, investment banker, lawyer, company director. It's one of those few RSAs is something she hasn't done. She's carved out a very, very interesting niche for herself as a investing in early stage technology businesses in Australia. And no doubt we'll hear more about that as we progress into the panel. And last but not least, we've got Jill Walker, who's a speaker, presenter, educator, trainer, with a focus around CRM, with a focus around how do we systemize our businesses, with the focus around, well, how do we get from A to B? Sales and all that kind of stuff is great. Scaling is awesome, but if we don't have a solid foundation to build it on, things tend to very, very easily fall apart. So I'd like to kick off with a question to all of you. Well, not all of you at the same time. We'll go turns. But I think there's an important thing to start off with, is that we see a lot of businesses that get into a growth mode, but sort of don't quite make it or have some significant hiccups. So, there are hurdles on the pathway to growth, on the pathway to scaling. What are some of the biggest hurdles that each of you have seen in companies you've either advised or invested in or worked in the past? What are some of the key roadblocks that you see trip people up? Ingrid, you want to start that one?
Oh, yeah, great. Thanks for having me here. It's great to be here. I think there's probably a number of things. The obvious one is the lack of capital. People just don't have the resources within their business to take it to the levels that they want to take it to. I think people not necessarily having the right skill sets to drive the kind of growth that they want. So it's important that people have the right people around them, the advisory board that has complementary skill sets, and to surround yourself with good people. And this was referred to in the previous panel session as well, having people around you, but also not just from a personal point of view, but from a business perspective, people who have been there and done it before, or people who are expert in an industry, people that you can lean on, people who you can get advice from, and they will help keep you on track and heading in the right direction. Looking at, how and where you're growing your business, what directions you need to go, what you need to get there. So are you going to do a capital raise, a strategic acquisition, a financial acquisition, partnerships, any of these things to help you keep growing. So to do that, you need the resources, and you need to be on top of all the business fundamentals to know what those resources are and when you're going to need them. Typically, you find a startup will go gangbusters the first couple of years, and then the wheels start to fall off and they hit that sort of 2-year growth hurdle. And the way to avoid that is planning and looking ahead and putting in place the resources, including money, before you get to the hurdle. So I think they're probably the quick ones.
Cool, thank you. Andrew, do you want to chip in the things that really trip people up? You're on mute.
Andrea, you're on mute there. Let me see if I can unmute you directly.
Apologies.
Thank you.
I think Ingrid's quite right. Thanks for the pick up there, Faye. I think Ingrid's quite right in that capital, but it's the timing of raising capital that's also very important. There's no point waiting until you're running it, getting 3 or 4 months to the end of your runway and then rushing out trying to raise. It's a really time-consuming process that with the smaller the company, the greater the impact on growth is going to be. So it has to be done pretty quickly, because otherwise it starts impacting as early as we invest anyway, it can start really impacting performance metrics and the investability of the company. So they've got to get in there, understand the terms and the commercial impact of those terms and the potential of them later on. And it's really important to understand the terms and put in the homework to actually understand them. And I think for us, we invest in deep technology startups, and often it's really clever tech people that have built the business, and they need help with commercializing the business, which is to the point that the other point that Ingrid was making. Personally, I'm very keen to ensure that the early stage founders understand the importance of a board matrix and building out their board accordance with their board, their skills matrix for the board that they require, which is again partly to the point, another point that Ingrid was making. So in a sense, I've basically replicated what Ingrid said.
Thank you. Jill, thoughts?
I'd like to make a comment that sort of complements what Andrea and Ingrid have said, and that is taking your eye off some part of the overall customer funnel, customer journey that any customer that or even prospect to your business will go through. I've seen a number of businesses where they get a fairly big contract, and consequently all of their, or a very large proportion of their resources get invested into delivering whatever that client actually needs. And they've taken the focus away from the top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, bottom of the funnel, and instead putting it all on that customer or maybe a couple of customers. And then when those projects or deliveries come to an end, they've got nothing else coming through to follow. So it's essential, even when you've got a lot of work, billable work that is bringing in money and all of that good stuff, it can never be 100% of your time and effort, because otherwise it'll come to an end. All good things do come to an end, and you're left with nothing, leading to some of the financial cash flow problems that the other two ladies have alluded to.
I think that's sorry. Go on.
I was just going to follow on. I think that's a great point. I've actually been on a board and seen that happen, where the startup goes whale hunting, lands a big whale, forgets about the bread and butter stuff, recruits madly, throws all their resources to meeting their contractual responsibilities in relation to this huge whale, and then they fail to get another whale and they've got nothing to fall back on. And I think you've made a really good point. It's really important to weigh up the risks in terms of the whale hunting, because there definitely needs to be some bread and butter stuff there to sustain life for the company, let alone growth.
I have to also step in and agree with that. Even knowing that that is a trap, I have done it knowingly and focused on, the big job, the big whale, thinking, oh, I should be doing some other marketing and not getting around to it. And inevitably, the inevitable happens and the project finishes and it's like, now what? So, yeah, so even when you know these things, it's very easy to fall into doing that and know you're doing it and not be able to really easily change that.
Yeah, and the way we see it within Catapult and the clients we work with is that, yes, as an early stage business, of course, you have to spend a lot of time working in the business, but you must reserve some time every single day for working on the business. Because the moment you start giving up and working on the business, just being busy, pedaling along, things tend to go kind of thing. It could take months, sometimes even years before they do, but particularly if it's a long time before you've realized you're off course, you're usually very, very much off course. And it's really important, that balance, and that balance shifts over time, obviously, but the balance is never 0% working on the business. You always got to stick with that, even though it's painful, and even if that might be the time you're spending at 6:30 in the morning to 7:30 in the morning, because it's the only time you have before everybody else gets busy and gets in your way. It's just it's an essential element that we see, and failure to follow that, has disastrous consequences and many times. Shifting the topic a little bit to something sort of much more concrete. Jill, I might go back to you. I mean, you're an expert around CRMs and systemization and whatever not. I think a lot of people, when they hear things like CRMs and systems, they're going, yeah, well, that's kind of lovely, but thank you very much, I'll just deal with Excel or something else like that. From a systems person's perspective, what do you see? What's the key drivers or differentiators to implementing proper systems in terms of how people can sustain their business growth?
This actually follows on quite nicely from the previous question, because get those systems and automation into place, and at least a certain amount of that managing the funnel, so that you're constantly pulling people down from the vague knowledge that your organization, your services exist, all the way through to being a customer, a paying customer, and even a repeat customer. Get that in place early, and then when things do get busy, possibly because you got that in place, the systems that you put in place will continue to a degree to run on autopilot. So then if you do only have from 6:30 to 7:30 in the morning to do this stuff, you can get a lot of work, or you can, maybe not a lot of work, that's possibly the wrong term, but you can achieve a lot with a relatively small amount of work because we've got these systems. So to make that a little bit more concrete for people, if what we needed to do was to go out to the world and find the next whale, to pick up a term used earlier, if we've got absolutely no system in place, maybe that whole process means going out to your network, to LinkedIn, to Facebook, to Twitter, start building up a list, a database of who those people might be, do some basic qualification, get an email out to all of them, get a follow-up email out to all of them, and then phone them. At risk of stating the obvious, that is going to take a lot of time. However, if maybe in the slightly quieter times, you've already done that collating, you've got all of the possible prospects, or a decent number of possible prospects, into some sort of database, you've done some level of tagging, so you know what industry they're in, what size they are, their geography, various other things that then help you find more people like the customers that you're successfully already serving. you've written some email templates, you've got some telephone scripts, going through all of that process, and where it's just run a quick query on the database, take that query, throw it at that email template, out it goes, and then the same a few days later, and then do some follow-up. It may well be very feasible to do all of that work between 6:30 and 7:30 over 3 or 4 mornings across, let's say, a fortnight, and that has kept milking that funnel so that there are more dollars dropping out of the bottom, rather than being in the oh flip, what do I do now situation when the project comes to an end.
Yes.
Whether it's come to an end at a planned date, or to make it even worse, and this does happen, where you think the project's going to run for, let's say, another 3 or 4 months, and something has happened. Maybe the client has one of these problems that we've alluded to, and suddenly you get called into that meeting. Terribly sorry, but Friday's your last day. Thanks, it was good work, but we'll see you later.
It was nice knowing you, and you're out the door, and you're going, oh,
Absolutely.
that's so great. So tagging on from that, if I may switch to you, Ingrid, it's like, I know you've done a lot of work over the years around corporate structuring, around setting yourself up with the right sort of repository for business, whether it's a legal structure and so on and so forth. What are some of the things that people really need to look after and look into in terms of setting up the basic structures for the business? Yeah, sure, setting up a company and whatever not, but beyond that, where do you see people typically get tripped up when they start growing and scaling their business rapidly?
Yep. I think I just want to take you back into the beginning of your comment there, making the assumption around the corporate structure. I think the corporate structure is the starting point of it all. When people start a business, it would be helpful if they have some idea about what it is they're trying to achieve. What are you trying to grow or build? Are you building an income stream for yourself? Are you trying to aim for global domination? Do you want to sell the business in 3 or 5 years' time and move on to something else? Or do you want to IPO? So some of these things, and what size do you want to build that business to? Do you just want to build it to a 500K business, $1 million business, a $10 million business, a $20 million business, $100 million business? Some of those thoughts will drive your business structure. Do you use a family trust? Do you use a unit trust? Do you use a company? Do you need an unlisted public company? Do you structure it so that your intellectual property is in a separate entity? Some tax advisors might say that's the best thing. Investors might say, oh no, I want it all in the same structure. So then you need a holding company. So corporate structure is something to actually take good note of and get some good corporate advice on. Intellectual property is something that people need to take note of right at the beginning. There's no point spending a whole lot of time on a brand and marketing and sales if you haven't secured your brand. And I refer everyone to the classic case that you all know about, the Ugg saga. Protect your domain names, protect your business name, register it, register your trademark before you start spending money on it. Secure the domain name. Don't choose a brand that you can't get the .com domain name for. There's nothing worse than somebody starting a company on a .com.au and then finding that some other business has the .com and they're getting your traffic and your sales, or hijacking your work on marketing. So corporate structure, securing your IP, and what we've already all been talking about, the systems and processes. If you can put in place good systems, automated systems that are integrated as much as possible right from the get-go, you're going to be in a much better position. I'll give you 2 very brief, quick examples here, if I might. A large national organisation wanted to integrate their state-based operations. The initial project plan was about an $11 million server and transition plan. Once they got into it, they discovered that it was all so disparate, the data, that, and that there was so much of it, that at last count, a few years down the track, the bill was 43 million. So that's a significant exercise in trying to backtrack and do things properly. On the other end of the scale, I can tell you of a small not-for-profit that took on a little bit of work, largely spreadsheets, manually input into Xero. 60 transactions a quarter. You say you can handle that, but there's a fourfold amount of work in the background behind that. So when those 60 transactions blew out to 250 transactions a quarter, and there's a fourfold increase in work in the background, and you're still working with spreadsheets, you've got a significant problem. You either need the resources to pay a lot more personnel, or you have to stop and investigate systems and transfer everything into that integrated system, which is a significant amount of work. And the old catch-22 applies. You're too busy to do the investigation, to put in place and convert everything to a new system to save yourself the time. So by being smart upfront and considering a good CRM, as Jo was talking about, integrating it with your accounting system, build good foundations, you're going to be much better off, and you're set up for growth. You can't build a tall building without foundations, and you can't build a business without one either. And the added benefit of doing this is that if you put in place the right structures, you're set to handle growth. You can plan for your growth and know where your hurdles are and when you're going to need resources. But you're also a long way down the path being ready for capital raising or for a sale or for acquisitions. So you're setting yourself up for all of those by putting in place the basics.
Cool. I think that is actually a perfect lead in to ask my next question, which is actually for Andrea, which is around, and we talked about some of these fundamental things here just now, but Andrea, you, for those of you who don't know you, but you got quite a substantial and lengthy experience in evaluating companies and subsequently investing, obviously, in only some of them. So I guess it would be relevant to share, well, what do you look for in a founder? What do you look for in a business when you are considering an investment? What are the key points that either make you go, oh yeah, this may be an opportunity, or on the other hand, might make you go, oh, this isn't going to work? What are there a couple of key pointers you can share with all of us here?
Sure. Just before I go on to that, I just want to add something to the conversation earlier, that the good news is that US investors are no longer or less often requiring Australian companies that they want to invest in to do a flip up to the US. So that is a lovely movement that I think everybody would be happy about. Getting on to your question, what do we look for? So first and foremost, we're looking at the caliber of the founder. Before anything else, it's the most important thing. We invest so early that essentially we're backing the founders because they've got a lot to learn on the way. So what we look for first and foremost, I suppose, are they people that we want a long-term relationship with? Are they people we're going to enjoy working with? Do they share our values? Are they super smart and good learners? And by good learners, I don't mean just intellectual firepower. I mean the lack of emotional impediments to learning, like ego and needing to present themselves as someone that knows everything. I'm going to overgeneralize here, but I haven't really come across that with women founders yet, but I've certainly come across it with male founders. And so it's that sort of ability to learn, because they are going to have to learn as they learn more about their market and trying to, work on their product market fit. They're going to have to often, because we invest often in tech founders, they're going to have to learn a lot about, at least at a high level, about go-to-market strategies and commercializing their business, and how to tackle other jurisdictions, other markets. So we look for that really deep domain expertise. One of the things I really like to see is a founder that's actually built a business because they've experienced the problem as a kind of a potential customer. And so they have a really intimate understanding of what the customer wants and needs and their pain point. That is really critical. And then, of course, we're looking for, because we invest really early in the venture space, we're looking for, we're not interested in investing in companies that are going to be a lifestyle business. We need to invest in companies that are going to, you know, they have the potential to return our whole portfolio, our whole fund. So it might be useful for the founders in the audience just to understand the basics of venture investing. And that is that over in a portfolio of, say, 22 to 25 companies, we expect some to die and we'll lose our money. We expect, you know, maybe a handful not to do nothing at all, another handful to do moderately well. But really, we're looking for 1, 2, potentially 3 companies to return the entire fund. Therefore, we can't invest in anything that we don't believe has the potential to return the entire fund. So essentially that means the market has to be global. It doesn't always have to be global because there are rare, huge markets in Australia. We're looking at one at the moment that it's big enough in Australia to be a kind of a triple unicorn. But we're really looking to invest in companies that have that potential to have, with ambitious founders, to be a unicorn. So there's that global market, there's that domain expertise, high caliber founders, sensible terms that balance ensuring that the founders are sufficiently incentivized to knock their pan in, to grow the business, to generate those returns that we want, and with sensible and fair investor protections. Just trying to think what else. Trying to think to our investment criteria. Founders, domain expertise, and they have a sensible go-to-market strategy. Yeah, I think I've run out of steam.
Oh, that's yeah. No, I think these make a lot of sense. I think, you know, our experience as well, and while we're not sort of in that side of the venture space, you know, we probably going to end up evaluating about 1,500 companies this year. And, you know, the biggest thing for me is the domain expertise. You know, the way I put it is, if you put the founder up there in front of an audience of investors or potential customers or whatever not, if they can talk for the next 2 or 3 hours, and it doesn't matter what bloody question you chuck at them, they can still answer it. I think we might have something that could work. Now, you know, one of the things that, and I want to bring this sort of slight segue into the conversation here, so if you will, an on-plan question, but we often see that people come with part of the team. In other words, it could be a tech founder who's brilliantly technical, could be a commercial person that is missing the tech. There's a number of combinations. I'd be curious as what your thoughts are around the wholeness of the team, because it's in many cases with particularly advanced businesses, it's almost impossible to get all of the different qualities we're looking for smooshed into a single person. And we're certainly looking for people with, or companies with 2 or 3 founders. What's your thoughts around that?
Yeah, good point. I knew I'd miss something really important.
Sorry, didn't mean to call you out.
I was sort of trying to remember, but yeah, the other really important thing is that that they're people that have really good interpersonal skills. Now, they're often quite quirky, that's fine, but they need to be able to engage people with their passion. They need to be able to attract and retain and build good relationships with investors, with team members, with strategic partners, and with a team. Getting back to what you were saying, what I was saying earlier about not having that ego about knowing everything and having that voracious appetite to learn. There's also that ability to, well, they need to be able to recognize that, first of all, the things that they're the weakest at, and then second of all, be able to attract really, really high caliber people to backfill the things that they're weakest first. So if they're, you know, if they're not good at commercial, if they really don't know anything about commercializing a product, then they get the first heads they hire are usually the need to be the people to backfill that and get high caliber people that really know what they're doing to do that. And part of that sometimes, and being creative about, looking after the team, providing rewards that are valuable and meaningful to the individual team members, rather than just having a kind of across the board, you can get a bit of ESOP or throwing money at it. Doesn't really work at the moment. As you know, it's really tough to hire good developers. Sorry, chatting a bit much there.
No, that's very, very important. We got a few minutes left, and I think the wrapping up I have is that we all have kind of pet things that we see really, really work for a lot of situations in terms of growth, in terms of business growth, commercial growth, if you will, success. And I'd like to hear from each of you, what is the one thing that you say, well, this is a strong strategy, is a strong action or set of actions that work for a lot of people, and something that everyone on the call today can take away and potentially implement. So it's not necessarily a tool, it's more like, could be a behavior, it could be a strategy, it could be something that is an action that people can take, preferably starting next week or starting tomorrow, and just building a better business. Who wants to start on that one?
I'm happy to do that.
Sure, please.
So I think there are two really important things. One is ensuring that product market fit. Work out how you ensure that. Don't ever assume that you think you know because it appeals to you as a person or your other team members. You get it from the horse's mouth, from the customers, and learn and develop your product around the customers, and don't build a thing. Don't spend a minute or a cent unless you're absolutely confident and you have got solid evidence to base a belief that this is something that customers not only want, but they will pay for. So it has to be solving a sufficient pain point that it's not a need to have. It's not a would like to have or nice to have. It's actually a need to have. And then the other one is excellence. Surround yourself with excellence. I invested in a portfolio company recently, and I've always advised people, make sure you take the top 1% in terms of excellence and caliber, and don't compromise. Just don't even think about compromising. Do without, because otherwise you start bringing down diluting excellence in a sense with your whole team. Put up with it until you can get the right people. And I invested in this founder who was a third-time very successful founder, and he blew me away when he said, I aim for the top 0.02%, not 1%, but 0.02%, i.e. the very, very best you can get. And I thought that was a really good advice and good attitude.
Any other thoughts, Jill or Ingrid?
Yeah, I'd probably like to just also sort of back the one, the excellence one, and surrounding yourself with the right advice, the right skills, going back to the advisory board. But I'd also like to add here, if people have some idea of what they're building and where they're going, have forward projections, rolling forward projections and cash flow. Know what your strategies are going to be and what resources you're going to need, so that you can, what we alluded to right at the beginning of the session, so that you know when you're going to need resources, when are you going to need to put on these people with excellence, what's that going to cost you, what resources do you need, what funding do you need, and go start building the relationships with investors, bankers, partners well in advance of needing it. We said at the beginning, it's no good waiting until your runway's, a few weeks, a couple of months before you go and raise capital or go and talk to the bank or talk to a partner. You need to do it well in advance and be ready for it. If you wait till the end, it's just not a good look for any of those people, and they'll wonder about your business acumen and ability to run the business. So look at those growth strategies and what it needs, and consider things like, is it just sales or organic growth, or are you also going to pursue other forms of growth, such as acquisitions? And what resources do you need for that? Because acquisitions can also be a great growth tool, but you need to plan for it. What resources do you need? How do you integrate it? So it's all around planning and forward projections.
Great, thank you. Jill, any last comments before we wrap it up? Got about a minute to go.
I think the one thing that I would add, again, to put a slightly different spin on it, is to be prepared to invest in education. And I suspect that the big investment there is not money, although you're unlikely to get good quality education free, but the time factor, that nobody knows everything. None of us know what we don't know. So being prepared to bring in external people who can then give you some of that missing understanding or information or knowledge, so that you are filling some of those gaps that Ingrid and Andrea have talked about, but maybe not necessarily with extra people, but by broadening some of the people that you've already got. One of the things that I've been focusing on in the CRM space recently is looking at how the vast majority of projects fail, do so because of a lack of understanding somewhere in the overall project. And this lack of understanding causes a whole heap of problems. I could speak on these problems and how they cause everything to go to hell in a handcart quite quickly forever, but I won't just now. But that being prepared to get the understanding, broaden people out, make sure that your leadership team between them have got the full plethora of skills that business needs. And of course, even doing that means whoever's putting the team together needs to know, what does the full plethora of skills look like? Then what have you got? And do you need to fill those gaps with brand new people? Or can you fill those gaps by education to some of the existing people? I suspect in most cases, the answer is a bit of each, but you can't even start to answer the question without that understanding of what you need, what you've got, what the difference between the two is.
Very good. So
Can I just add one more little one that this is
Sure.
one that Faye and I actually spoke about on the phone. We've talked about the fundamentals of the business, but just what I want to touch on here. Founders need to be aware of the true cost of each of their products and the price points that they're selling them at. Are you actually making money and have a profit margin on each of your products? A quick example, I had a client who had a product range, $167 product, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 and $20,000. The $10,000 and $20,000 products, huge margin, made money, but he sold very few of them. Most of his product sales were the $167 product. When I sat down and actually added in all of the costs of acquiring that product, finishing it, prepping it, packing it, and shipping it, he was actually making a loss at the price that he was selling it at. So you really need to make sure that you've got your basics in place and understand your business financial fundamentals.
cool.
And that's another area that CRM can help you with if you implement it successfully.
Staying on top of it all. So we should probably wrap up this panel here. I'd like to thank each of you, Jill, Ingrid, and Andrea, for your participation and for your very wise input. And I think what's really interesting and very telling is we had, thoughts and feedback into the capital side, into the system side, into the people side, and the team. In other words, there are a lot of elements to make a business grow successfully. And I'd finish off with a fun little anecdote, in the sense that when I set up Catapult some number of years ago, I, as any good systems person, which I am, was like, well, there's going to be a system. There's going to be where's the perfect keys to success? Somebody must have invented the keys to success. I'm just going to go and find it. We'll follow that. And so far to this point in time, we've racked up 120 keys. Now, we've unfortunately discovered some bad news. Those keys are actually not really keys to success, they're actually keys to failure. And what we found is that again and again, when we work with founders, it's not about the one thing that make you successful, it's about the 120 things that'll trip you up. And so we work a lot on just basically working on, if you will, those clinical factors, taking them out, just dealing with that. Okay, next one, because then there's simply less things to trip you up tomorrow. And while that may sound slightly pessimistic or negative, it actually really works, because every time you do that, next morning you feel a little bit free, a little bit, one less thing I don't have to worry about. And while obviously getting rid of all these, and some people see them as risk factors from an investment perspective, and they also are, eliminating them by themselves will not get you success, but eliminating them will give you more time to work on your success. So with that, I'll hand over to Faye. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just going to remove your spotlight now. Give me one moment. Amazing panel ladies. Mike, I'll take yours off too. Okay, we're running a little bit behind on time, but that's fine. Always is the way. Louise Mahler, Dr. Louise Mahler is our last and final panelist. Very excited to have her in. Louise, I'm just going to ask you, yeah, I'm just going to see you there. Spotlight you in with myself. Okay. Awesome.
There we go.
All right. Well, a woman of incredibly many talents. Louise has got quite the bio. Give me one moment. I'm going to spotlight both of us, so we're here. Okay. An award-winning speaker, of which I'd like to just let everybody know, Dr. Louise Mahler was awarded Keynote Speaker of the Year just last year in 2021, and also Top 5 Influential Women Leaders in Business, also in 2021. She is without a doubt one of the most exciting female speakers on the global stage today. Very well sought after international speaker. So we're thrilled to have her here. Many titles, but some including international speaker, academic, author, leading expert on vocal intelligence, body language and influence for business leaders. She coaches executives on communication processes, perfect for the discussion today, body language, vocal intelligence to deal with things like stressful boardroom confrontations, hostile media interviews, and how to successfully influence the outcomes of high stakes engagements and partnerships. Among some of her clients, Fortune 500s, as well as government and political leaders, both in Australia and internationally. She's also a former opera singer and published author, PhD in business, bachelor in economics, master of applied science in innovation and neurolinguistics programming. You might have seen Louise on TV or on radio, and she's quite heavily in a lot of print. I'm super excited to have you here today, and it's been such a pleasure getting to know you a little bit more over the last couple of weeks. So thank you again for joining in, Louise.
Hi, Faye Louise. Thank you very much.
We've got, 2 Louises here today. Let's kick off with, if you want to just share with the audience a little bit about your recent book, Resonate.
Yes, so Resonate takes a different approach. And if I could share a story first up. We talk a lot about imposter syndrome, but what happens is this. I'll tell you the story of the 1800s in Australia, when the man is taking his carriage out to his new property in Central Australia, and he gets a partner to go with him, and they sit on the carriage and they travel along in silence because they don't know each other very well. And then the horse trips and the man says, "That's once." And then they travel along a bit more and the horse trips again and the man says, "That's twice." And then they travel along a bit more, the horse trips again, the man gets off the carriage, gets out his gun, shoots it through the head, puts the other horse on. And he gets back on the carriage and the woman says to him, "Why did you do that? I mean, the horse just tripped. I don't know why you did it. Why did we do that?" And he goes, "That's once." And I think, do you get that joke? No, it's
not really.
not very funny. The thing is that we talk a lot in our world about imposter syndrome, and it's all about psychological, and it's me and I don't have confidence. The issue is we live in a world of bias. Female founders live in a world of bias. And I put it to you, there is nothing wrong with your confidence, but we have been pushed down, pushed down, pushed down. And what we need to do to get around that is to have solid concrete skills. So my book Resonate talks about the 7 blockages to sound, and i.e. what happens to you when you are put under this pressure. Our breathing stops, our neck strangles, our jaws go tight, our eyes go crazy, our arms close over, our bodies buckle. These are the things that happen and the things that we need to be very aware of and undo. The book is about solid skills, not mindset.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you for sharing. From our first conversation that we had today with Nicole talking about personal brand, I would love if you could share with, oh, okay, got to change your background. For some people who, you know, a big part of personal brand in the world that we live in today, and well, anyone in this remote setting that we've been in, there's a lot of getting behind the camera, just like we're doing now, whether it's virtual events, you're meeting clients for the first time, you're recording yourself for content to help you grow your business, whatever reason, or just every day with your team. As somebody who spent a lot of your career on stage, behind the camera, anything you could share with the audience that are around those tips in how to have confidence when you're behind the screen, because a lot of people really struggle with that.
Well, drive me crazy with what's going on. You just have to watch the news, watch the drum, watch any of these programs, and people don't know the rules. So let me share with you some of the rules. First of all, when you get to do TV, and I get to do a bit of that, they will always put a background behind you of your city. And these backgrounds are really easy to find. You just get them off the internet. And it's your brand, your background. I'm sick of people having toilets and beds behind them. I can't see anybody there that, you know, it doesn't work. Pretty classically, you're going to have a bookshelf, and you may have your own bookshelf or a picture of a bookshelf, but you're going to have something behind you that's your brand. The next thing is how you appear on the screen. You need to be central to have power, and you need to have that, just that little bit above your head and some body in the picture for gravitas. You know, so many of us are walking around as just a head in a picture, and you can see how weakening that is. And we have to remember we still have hands, get them out. And then I guess the major thing that we get wrong is that we don't have the camera at eye level. If the camera's not at eye level, I'm going to get some sort of weird psychology where I'm going to be showing my neck under there, which is going to look like arrogance, or I'm going to be looking like this, which is what actors do actually to purvey evil. So I'm answering a question like this with the white under my eyes. It is actually what the Joker does in Batman.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so, you know, we're just unaware of these things, and we send a brand of evilness, arrogance, incompetence, and there are just rules that you follow about where you are on screen, what your background is, critical to brand.
Really interesting. I love how you just took me on a little journey with those backgrounds. That's very fun. Perfect segue from what you just shared about eyes and eye contact. One thing that I've really noticed throughout the pandemic and spending a lot of my professional time in virtual calls is when you're dealing with different cultures and some things to keep in mind. Also, you know, a lot of Australians, if this event is in Australia, Australia is an incredibly multicultural country. As we also start to, will remain in this hybrid world of in-person, virtual, even some companies will be exclusively virtual. Any tips you could share with people, just like you did around eye contact, that they can keep in mind when dealing with different cultures that they might not know that much about?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, every single baby in every part of the world is born with the same movements of the eyes. It is a human phenomenon. And the eyes go in different directions for different types of thinking. That happens for babies in Japan. It happens for babies in, Iceland. And it's the same with voice. Babies worldwide are born making the same sound. We then alter that sound depending on our language. Well, we're all born with eyes that go different directions. We then make up different rules culturally about what we should do, what the rules are. So in Western culture, we know that we tend to look to our left-hand side for remembered information, our right-hand side for created or constructed information. So when people are lying, they will flick to their right sometimes. They could be thinking about the future, but they can flick the eyes in a different direction. So therefore, in Western culture, our rule is to look straight ahead. And we look straight ahead that says, I respect you. We look away for disrespect or lying. In some Aboriginal cultures, they look away for respect. They look at you for disrespect. It is a completely different rule. So you need to know the rules in different cultures. However, we are in Australia and the rules here are look straight ahead. And I put it to people, I ask you something like, what color's your car? And just think about it, whether you went, it's white. Where did your eyes go? Because if you want to have trust in Western culture, you can't move your eyes. But there's more to it than that, is that how do we actually soften that? Because if we just did this the whole time and sat like that, we actually are doing what a certain type of person does. It's psychopaths. Psychopaths don't.
Yeah, it's super intimidating.
They don't. So what you do to soften that eye contact is you blink. There is a blink rate every 4 seconds, and you just practice it every 4 seconds. Blink, blink, blink. It's approximately every 4 seconds, 15 times a minute. So it's different. We're all born the same as humans, different rules, different cultures. Be aware of where you are, be aware of your own patterns, and then alter accordingly.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. Thanks for sharing. And especially on the eyes, I feel, and we all know this, we're all sitting behind a screen right now. You can see me because you're all looking at me. If I look at the camera, but then I can't see anything else. And so I feel like this will change and evolve with technology in some capacity very, very soon, hopefully. But it is something I know a lot of people struggle with. Whereas in person, they are incredibly powerful, but then behind the screen, I really notice a whole different disposition of just the way they carry themselves.
Yeah.
So just
is that with eye contact, I get asked a lot, do I have to look at the camera? And kind of yes, but kind of no. So I'm looking at you now. I'm looking at you and I get away with that. Why? Because my eyes are within the realm of my screen. So really looking at you, I'm not losing trust. It's when I go off to here, that I'm outside the screen, that I'm losing trust. If I stick to here, I don't have to necessarily look straight at the camera. I do try to move you close to the camera. You can move people's pictures around, move you close to the camera so that I can keep as close to the camera as possible. But I've got options. I've got quite a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, no, I think that's also, really important when you're building those new relationships or you're maintaining relationships with clients that you used to might have in person and now they've gone online, and you still want to maintain that connection irrespective of the backgrounds. With that point, I'd love if you could share any verbal or non-verbal communication tips in your experience. I know you're an executive coach, but also a businesswoman yourself, in how examples like your tone, your voice, like I mentioned, whether it's a relationship you already have a client or someone you're trying to pursue, things you can keep in mind that you can share with the audience to really have impact in those client professional relationships.
Mm-hmm. There are perceptions about how we actually use our voice, and there are problems. So let's start with the problems. The problems are that many people are doing 3 basic failures. Many women are doing this. We often have a visual preference, so we go high and we're speaking a lot higher than we like to. And I'm very comfortable speaking up there. I happen to be 5'10", and it doesn't really suit me. But you know, we speak too high. It doesn't suit anybody because the perceived voice of leadership is low in pitch. The other mistake that people make is that they block their air. When we block our air and we get it down to 1/6 of the air that we need to make sound, we actually, the vocal folds start to malfunction and we get something called vocal fry. That's vocal fry. When we're in a virtual environment, the sound takes extra importance. And if I'm doing vocal fry, it is incredibly annoying. The psychological, first of all, it's not good for you physically. Second of all, is that when I do vocal fry, there's a psychological message that says, I don't want to share with you. I don't want to be with you. I don't want to engage with you in any way because my air is not coming out of my body. The word inspire comes from the verb spirare, to breathe. So if I'm going to inspire people, I need to get air out of my body and into your body to inspire you. If I'm doing vocal fry, there's no air coming out of my body. It says, I don't care. I don't want to be here. The third mistake that people are making is, gosh, what is it? Upwards inflection. So we actually, at the end of every sentence, we turn it into a question. So I think that's really important. And I think it's something we should do. Yeah. And we go up at the end of every sentence and it weakens and turns it into a question. So and it drives people nuts in the virtual world. It's bad enough in real life, but virtual is magnified. So they're the common mistakes. The voice of leadership is low, slow, and loud. Well, as women, our voices are an octave higher than men's. So low, slow we can all do, but loud, actually a male voice has the capacity to be 5 times the volume of a woman's voice. We can cut through with twang, but we can't get the volume. So what are we going to do? We need to change what is perceived as the voice of leadership by bringing our own voices, but bringing our best voice. No vocal fry, no upwards inflection, no speaking outside our range, but just keeping our voice where it should sit. And that's what's professional. I want to add another important thing for trust is that we perceive the voice of trust as one where the air continues to flow. So if I'm making a statement about my business and I'm saying, this is an absolutely essential ingredient that you need to take on board, I must have the air continuing to flow in that sentence. If I break my air, I get, and I think, you know, it would be, you know, useful for you to have when I break my air like that, I lose my trust. Why? Because voice has a physical impact on the people around us. It touches people. And just like massage, if someone's massaging you here and they want to go to the other shoulder, they don't just pick their hands up and move it. They actually let your body know where the hands are going for trust. And it's the same with sound. We have to realize sound is a physical force and sound must flow. The other thing.
Amazing.
Yeah, well, one more thing specific about the virtual environment is silence is not golden in the virtual environment. So if we are, I love it, Jill, that you're nodding your head. I'm loving you. When it's like radio, you actually can't have silence. 1.2 seconds of silence undermines trust in the virtual environment.
Can you please repeat that statistic again? That was really interesting. I'm going to write that down. 1.2 seconds. Wow. Okay. Yeah. That's quite a lot. Very interesting. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things that we don't consider when we are behind the screen, when we are in a virtual setting, trying to be our best selves, try to represent ourselves in the best way as we can for those first impressions or maintaining, you know, how we're seen by other people. But often there's a lot of things that you don't realize that you're doing wrong. So I'm really glad that you were able to share a lot of those because they are vital for people that are growing their businesses. Absolutely. You are a master in neuro-linguistic programming. It is a word I'm sure a lot of people have heard of, but it is quite an interesting one. Do you mind just giving us a little bit of an insight into what neuro-linguistic programming is in the way of, and then maybe how it affects our communication in business?
Well, neurolinguistic programming is looking at our patterns of behavior and other people's patterns of behavior and how we alter ourselves, alter them to make communication more effective. And that's really the angle that I use my NLP is in understanding patterns, understanding the difference between perception and reality. And very strongly, I work with the visual, auditory, kinesthetic preferences, knowing how that affects us. Because the visual preference will take the voice high. The visual preference, if I have visual preference, it'll take my eyes high, it'll take my voice high, and it'll often take my hands high. So one of the things that I will do is this, if I'm left alone, you realize that doesn't work in a corporate environment, but actually touching your hair is seen to be flirtatious because it is an invitation for others to touch your hair. And so many women I see touching their hair, it's flirtatious. It is rule.
Well, we don't realize, I feel, a lot of us, like I'm not trying to flirt with anyone right now, I'm just getting through my hair. But you're totally right, it absolutely is.
Yeah, so I use in NLP our visual, the eyes go high, the hands go high, or downwards, the eyes go down, the voice goes down, the hands go down. You know, that's all to do with our learning preference, and we need to realize that and get it back to where it's more effective. So understanding your patterns, understanding the patterns of perception, and then molding behavior to make it effective. We're not just pandering to perception. Usually it's good for you to do these things. It's good to be in control. Can I just say that communication too is a two-way street, and we don't recognize this in our virtual world. So I'm appreciating Jill here. I can't see everybody's photos, but I'm appreciating Jill here because she's active with me. And as I'm speaking, Jill's going, oh yes, that's interesting. Oh, right, yes, you know, and it is two-way. And so often I'm speaking to screens of people who are doing this. You know, and it's not fair. It's not fair to the person who's presenting. I believe there is, you know, in what's called a subfunction model, instead of I am the sender, you are the receiver. No, the minute we engage, we are both in this interaction together. We are together. There is an airflow out of me into you, back from you into me, and we're one, in fact, and we all have a responsibility in that communication process.
Absolutely, yeah. Just be mindful of that sharing of oxygen with COVID, keeping your mask on. Yeah, no, that's really interesting about neuro-linguistic programming. Sorry, I didn't want to go off track there. I was just being a bit silly. One other question I wanted to ask you is, you know, what kind of, like, you're sharing incredible insights with people here that I'm sure people are like, oh yeah, I actually do that. Oh, maybe I could work on that. If people are recognizing that, oh, maybe that's a tendency that I have when I'm anxious or nervous, is there any tips that you could share with the ways that they could work on it? It might be like recording yourself before you jump onto an event so you know how you are. Anything like that, I'm sure the audience would appreciate it.
Yeah, I have a very strong opinion about this. In that, you know, I sang opera and learned from teachers over years. Guess how much we used video?
Hello.
We did not. When you watch yourself on video, what happens is you're getting a third-party perspective. So you're watching yourself from a third-party perspective. And while that might be useful, what happens is very often a lot of self-criticism comes in. So we tend to say to ourselves things like, oh, I should have got pink lipstick. Do you know what I mean? I don't, oh dear, I'm traumatized about the orange lipstick with, oh dear. It's totally irrelevant, actually, really. We're very bad at judging ourselves, and we also allow ourselves to get away with behavior. I was just talking to a politician before I came on here, and this person is just all over the shop, and they don't know they're doing it. So every time they look away. I have to clap, and they go, oh, did I? You know, that they don't know they're doing it. It's about instant feedback in the moment from somebody else. And our problem is that many of the people who surround us don't actually know the rules. So it's very difficult to get feedback. The feedback that we tend to get is we say, how did that go? And people go, yeah, no, it was good. Yeah, no. Who wants coffee? Yeah, no. And, you know, it's not constructive feedback. So you've got to hang out with experts, get feedback, know your patterns, know what you could be doing better, and then start practicing it all day, every day until you own it. Because that's where the word authenticity comes in. If I hear one more time, people go, oh, but you need to be authentic. Yes. What is authentic? What we do with our patterns is not natural, it's habitual. And we somehow associate those habitual patterns with being authentic. Well, how about we change those habitual patterns, and then that'll be authentic. You know, the authenticity is just a matter of habitual patterns that you own. It doesn't mean you can't change habitual pattern.
Yeah. Wow, interesting. Definitely something to keep in mind. Something I'll be looking at. For sure. No, it does. I think sometimes, you know, they're hard to identify what they are unless you put them in context and you keep yourself accountable, and they do become things that you want to work on. Communication, you know, it's obviously something that it's so important in business. So I think there's a really tactical things that people can apply. You just mentioned that, and I do just want to check on time, but yeah, we've got a couple more questions. You mentioned you were just speaking with a politician before coming in. Now, a question I had for you, and I'm going to read this one kind of word for word, but as you, in your experience working with some very powerful people in Australia and internationally, both in business and then also in the government, what are some or one or a couple of important things you've shared with these professionals in your career to help them with navigating, whether it's like difficult media, PR, or a business deal that's gone wrong, or even an internal team conflict? Because I feel like a lot of people here in the audience, well, a lot of them are founders. They might not be high-profile CEOs yet, but you know, tactical things that you've shared with people like that people could learn from today.
Boy, do I have the answer to that. I have the answer to that, and it's one simple skill, which is how to listen, your listening position. Now, I love this. This was a picture I found on the internet, and it was women in politics. Have a look at the woman in green, if you can see it. You know, you really don't want to be caught out looking like that in a photo. And we have very bad examples around us on all sides of politics. You know, Albanese, Scott Morrison, here in Victoria.
They just get made into memes.
Yeah, these are not listening positions, and neither is this. This particular position has a name. It's called resting bitch face. And resting bitch face has two qualities. One is one side of the mouth closes, and the other is the eyes half shut. So yesterday I was talking to somebody in government, and they were listening to me, and the minute they go to listen, they have a pattern of this: head to one side, eyes half shut, mouth down. Now, what does that say to you? It's shocking. And it has a lot of messages, and people go, what? I was just listening to you. What's your problem? Well, a lot of problem. We need to develop, I believe Obama is an absolute god in this area. And the three things that we need to know are these. The head, it's your listening position, has three elements to it. One, your head needs to nod, and it needs to nod correctly from the back of your neck. And this was a failing we see quite a lot. And the greatest example of this was Julia Gillard. Julia Gillard would do this incorrectly by throwing her head. She throws her head to make sound. That is just aggressive. It's got to be from here down. We nod the head. The rate of the nod is important. It is slow. We nod the head. The next thing is the eyes are front, and they blink. That softens the eyes. Blink, blink. And the third thing that we do is something that is very misunderstood. It's smile like an idiot. So really what I mean by that is I don't mean smile like an idiot. That just, you know, is a little bit of a joke. But it's nod, blink, and have the mouth loose. Why? Nodding the head shows flexibility of mind. We jam the neck when we get inflexible. So nodding the head keeps it loose. Blinking the eyes is about softness, and just keeping the mouth like that. Actually, look at Ivana. Just those teeth. So many of us are doing that sealed mouth. Susan.
No, I think it's a great point to make. And so, you know, a lot of people are, you know, on digital media or your photos, you don't know where they're going to end up today. So important thing for founders or anyone who's a striving professional to always keep in mind. Simple, but things we always forget.
Yeah.
So great one there.
Don't forget, we don't realize what we're doing. We don't realize what we're doing.
Or the impact that it has.
We often stick our head just forward like that, or set the eyes, or head to, with these things we do, and we can't pick it up in ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will ask you one more question, and then after that, anything you want to share with the audience. I know you've got a lot of great points, but just one piece of practical advice you would give to anyone that's looking to improve their general confidence and communication in their professional landscape for 2022, whether as a founder, as a powerful leader, entrepreneur, or a business person, or representing your company.
First of all, realize don't go back to your mindset. It's too slow. I don't have time to say to you, tell me about your relationship with your mother. You know, that's going to take us years of psychotherapy. Instead, we go to the middleman, and the middleman is the body, and then we hear it in the voice, and it works fast. So you have to realize that your body is just a set of habitual patterns, and especially under stress, to know what those patterns are, to have alternative patterns, and then to practice them, because I have a saying that I live by, and it is that the amateur practices till they get it right, the professional practices till they can't get it wrong. And that's quite a big leap, amateur to professional. And to do that, stop messing around with people who don't know what they're talking about. Get expert advice.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you so much, Louise. We do have a little bit of time. I want to see, well, actually we're 5 minutes off jumping into the breakout rooms. So it might be great to take a break. I know we've just come from one panel into this one. So if we take a break for, let's say like 3 minutes, and then we can come back, 3 to 5 minutes, and then we can come back. And in 5 minutes, we'll kick off the breakout rooms where everyone in the audience can have the chance to come in and ask those questions or get to know the panelists a little bit more and ask one-on-one. So if that sounds good, thank you so much, Louise. I look forward to talking to you in a little bit. I'm going to take the spotlight off. Great. So prep your questions for all of the panelists. They all are back here now, and we'll be back at 11:45.
Hello.
Everybody, we're just all coming back now.
Mhm.
Okay, so thank you so much to all of the panelists for coming back. I know it was a bit tricky for a lot of you to have the morning and then to come back a little bit later. So I really appreciate it. I'm going to just make sure that we've got Rod, and our moderators that can be in those two rooms. Got Rod and Alan. Cool, you're both there. Awesome. Do you guys just want to jump over now into those two breakout rooms for the panelists? So everybody that is on the panel is as a co-host, so you can jump into those assigned rooms there. If you click down the bottom of the screen, you can see there's a little what looks like a Rubik's Cube. It has 4 little squares. If you click on that, it's going to allow you to join any room. So once you do join into a room, you can then come back to the main screen where I will be, or you can go into any of the other rooms that you'd like. We do have the time till 12:15, but if everybody comes back into this main session, I'll automatically close off the breakout rooms, which will then pull everybody into this session. That's if we close off early. If anyone gets blocked out, because when you do leave the room, one of the breakout rooms, you have 2 options, which is to leave the room and join another, or to come back to the main stage, or you can leave the whole meeting. If you leave the meeting, just come back to the same link that joined, no problem. All right, so everybody can jump over into their rooms.
Assume your assistance.
I can start putting people in if you're like, what do we do? I don't understand. We've already got all of them open.
Hi, Nicole. There you go.
Good. I thoroughly enjoyed that whole morning.
Yeah, no, it's been a really, really amazing session, if you ask me. So I'm thrilled. Nothing short of it.
I've been noting down and adding in the chat all of
Alexandra.
all of the goals.
Hello,
Hi,
how are
Alexandra.
you? Hello, lovely to meet you, Mike and Nicole.
Lovely to meet
Likewise.
you.
What a fantastic morning. I've been busy making lots of notes.
That's great. That's what we're helping you with.
Yeah, fantastic. I kind of wanted to get a more of an understanding from you, Nicole, about as a female founder, where to start with building your personal brand. Yeah. I think over time and I think COVID has been partly to blame in going into the shell a little bit and not wanting to come out. But I think the time is right for me and my business to do that. Right. So it's a bit of a fear thing, but where do you start? Do you start by, like you said, working on your LinkedIn, or is there something a little more strategic, like, engaging a PR or a publicist to help you with your business and therefore your personal brand and getting your name out there?
Yeah, it's a really good question, really common question. Alexandra, how many years are you in your own business or brand?
So this is my second startup, but this one called Mond, which is a marketplace. We connect shoppers with niche brands around the world. And so we launched in April 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic, which was very interesting. But the 2020 was tough, I won't lie, because there was a lot of uncertainty in the market with shoppers. But last year was great, and so we're experiencing really enormous growth. Almost can't quite keep up,
which is great. And for Christine and Danielle, hello, coming into the room. Alex is just asking, where do we start as a founder? G'day, Danielle. G'day, Christine. I love faces.
Hi,
this
Christine.
Is so good.
Hi, Mike. We've been connected on LinkedIn for years, so hello. Yeah.
Good to see you here.
Personal brand 101 there.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely.
We were just talking about, Alex was just asking, where do you start, especially coming through the pandemic? And it doesn't actually matter where any of us are coming from when it comes to personal brand. There's just this next level now. And the question was, where do we start? Do we start with LinkedIn? Do we start with a probably more strategic connection strategy, or go bloody big with PR? And they're pretty much the 3 options, Alex. So you've got all that on the table. The first place to start is actually with you. So so confidence has 3 parts, and confidence with your brand. And if you have one of these missing, it just won't translate. So the first one is evidence. Second one is validation. Third one is self-belief. So there's no use engaging a PR organization or even going one-on-one and saying, hey, Mike, can we have a coffee? If you don't have that evidence or validation for me to go and check and have social proof, nor the self-belief for you, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the place to start is your own domain, and then go from the inside out. So if you think of yourself as the middle of your circle, or the middle of your dartboard, it's the bullseye, you're in the bullseye. So just make sure that however you would like to present out or project out, or whatever you're going to say to me at a coffee or in the PR release, you've got evidence and validation. So get the evidence that you're doing a great job, that this is answers 3 questions: why you, why this, and why now. Yes. And so if you're going to be building up your brand for anyone, and people will be looking as you grow, Alex, people want to know the person behind this. Who had the sass to do this? You know, what makes her qualified for this?
Yep.
Making sure you've got those pieces. Then validation. That this is the right thing, validation around your brand, and then you can go out with that self-belief. And so people are expecting you to show up in LinkedIn, and I'd say your about page right now, and you're probably a little bit behind that. Yes. I know that because that's most people. So when most people are feeling like, oh, they're a little bit bold, or should I go out all guns are blazing, it's actually just what we expect from you. So think about what your investors, what your customers, what your B2B and B2C customers are expecting from you right now in LinkedIn. I've not been on your LinkedIn, but if I was going in there, I'd be expecting a little bit of that story about you, a little bit of the passion and the purpose behind this second startup, and also shaping yourself as a successful female founder and serial startup or serial founder. So having that as your base, and then so that's your evidence. Your evidence is your 2 startups. And then some of those stories that you can actually tell, because people are 22 times more likely to remember your facts when they're wrapped in a story.
Yes, so true.
Yeah, so you I don't know whether you saw my screen this morning, Danielle, Alex, Christine, but in the differences between what we used to do is that laundry list, and people just go, oh, it doesn't
take all the things.
Yeah, it doesn't actually make sense in context. But when I tell you a story about what is driving me and have a rhythm about that, people remember that I align vision, articulate value, and amplify voice. They know I work with experts and business leaders, thought leaders, and change makers. So once it's in a rhythm, and try a rhythm that's called the power of 3. Now, when you get my handout from Mike and Faye, you'll see that I capitalize on what's called the power of 3 that we use in branding. And that is, I'm a da-da-da, da-da-da, and da-da-da. I work with da-da-da, da-da-da, and da-da-da. I look to, so you'll see that I've got 3 options mostly in everything. 2 is too small or finite. 1 is too, if we're looking at who your audience is, say, if I just say my audience is professional experts, too broad. People won't really see themselves. If I say it's professional experts and thought leaders, it's not enough. But if I say professional experts, thought leaders, and change makers, people have now selected in. And so, and 1 more is too many for people to remember.
Yes.
It's also a storytelling. Now, you know, the best jokes in the world are, you know, an Irishman, an Englishman, and an American walk into a bar. It's always got that power of 3 as well. So to answer your question up front, I would definitely start with the most powerful destination, which is LinkedIn. So build your LinkedIn out using keywords and very unique storytelling, not just for LinkedIn, but it's got its big indexing machine basically means it's supercharged in Google.
That's great advice. Thank you.
And then move out. Once you've got that destination and that's everyone else's validation that you're the real deal, then move out to a blanket. So put a PR, so put a press release out there. And you don't need an agency for that anymore. You've got so many platforms that you can leverage that your journos are at. And then do a one-on-one strategic, who are my top 10? Who are they ranked from 1 to 10? And what's in it for them? Never ask anyone for a coffee, but let them know it's the 4-1-1 ratio of any social selling. And that means 1-to-1. So if I was asking Mike, if I needed something from Mike, I would give him 3 things. So the 4-1-1 is anything that I am connecting with Mike around, whether that's in LinkedIn or whether that's just direct. I'll want to give him 3 or 4 things that he'd be interested in, then 1 soft sell, 1 hard sell. So I'm like, hey, Mike, I really like that article that you put out the other day. Very insightful, nothing else. Hey, Mike, might be a DM or an email in LinkedIn. Her catapult was fantastic. It was really valuable for me for this, and this. Well done. Third one is it'd be great to connect and keep going. Let me know if there's any more things that I can jump into. By the way, do you want to connect on a virtual 15-minute call? I think there's something that I'm doing in the space that might be of interest. So always what's in it for them.
Just thought I'd check in. Danielle, did you have a specific question? You're on mute.
Not particularly. I'm just enjoying listening to
all
the information that's being shared.
I just want to make sure you were heard. That was really awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
I think Nicole, sorry.
Oh, can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course, Christine.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I've put myself on. No, because I'm just doing my face.
That's all right.
But yeah, so I'm funding this startup at the moment. We're bootstrapping it, and it's called Remember Press. And the thing is, it's got 4 markets that we've identified in this whole process. I've just come out of a enterprise cohort in incubation cohort in Tassie, in Hobart, which was amazing. And sort of we ended up with this final pitch. And for me now, like, you know, we're moving on, the back end's being built, the wireframing and everything for the front end's almost ready. And for me, like, I'm at this real crossroads about me and my brand, because during the cohort, I ran into a bit of ageism, and like I'm freaking 70. I know I don't look it, I don't act it or anything, but I am. And so for me, this is a startup that I've got an exit strategy for, 3 to 5 years, and it's a legacy project for me, totally. Yeah, and I'll just explain what it is very quickly. It's a publishing template that's really affordable, $365, and easy to do and upload, and it gives people a hard copy book plus more copies cheap if they want, and a soft copy and a QR code so that they can share their story far and wide.
Yeah.
And
so just to cut to the chase, around your brand, what would your question be? What would your one burning question be around your brand?
What do you actually mean? I mean, in regards to me or the brand, or
what would you like to ask?
Oh yeah, okay. So because I've had this conversation with my marketing girl, who Kelly from Brazil, who's amazing and worked in Silicon Valley. So I've got a fantastic team. But the thing is, she wants to put me in initially front and foremost. And I'm just so aware of ageism, and it was one of the bloody guest deliverers from a big incubation company startup in Melbourne who just said, oh, what, you want to sort of appeal to baby boomers, like they're the fucking biggest market in the world at the moment, excuse me. And he said, they're all dying. Why would they want it?
So would your question be, should you be at front or at the back of your brand?
Yes. Should I, because I worry about ageism, and I don't want to hold the brand back or the business back at all. I mean, we can see enormous potential, and it's not just with baby boomers and their memoirs or their family memoirs. It's my background is also, apart from being a writer and journalist, is in restaurants. I had 10 successful restaurants over 25 years in Queensland. And so I identified that.
I'll just go back to the question though, because we'll stay, we're quite tight for time. We'll just stay really nicely so that everyone else can get value out of it as well. Is the question, should you be at the front of your brand or should you stay behind the scenes? Is that the question?
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
That's all right. There's a very simple answer for that. It's either going to be your strength and it is going to propel the brand.
Yeah.
Or you get out of the brand's way. And what I mean there is you'll have so much value with lived experience and wisdom, with all of your expertise, experience, exposure, and engagement to be at the forefront of this brand. Also, if you've got a good story around how the brand would solve for you in your position, then you have to be at the forefront of the brand. If you can create, your age is only going to be a barrier to you. Ageism is only holding people back from their brand if it doesn't work for their brand. So if you can champion the brand, and the brand is for people who, to make it very easy for people who aren't journalists, who have a story to tell. And if you're truly interested in surpassing products and services now and have a startup all around impact and legacy, you have to tell your story and be at the forefront of this brand. The brand will be you. You're solving for your own problem. You know firsthand how hard it is to get a story up, create an impact and a legacy with the precious time we have on this earth. You're lucky that you're a journalist, you can put that together. But if you weren't, you would want to have this product. Age has nothing to do with it. Actually, it's going to be your superpower and it's going to be your rocket for this brand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And I think if I can, I probably need to, chat with you further. That would be awesome.
Yes, you can always find me. But it's a very common question. I work with founders coming into this first 1 or 2 years where they have to be their brand because people are investing in you. Okay, they're not investing in the idea. And Mike knows this more than anyone. We invest, and I'm an angel investor as well. So we invest in the person, we invest in their potential, we invest in their story, and we invest in the purpose that's fueling them, that they will never give up on that. We're also investing in the fact that they're solving for their own problems. So I'm a design thinking methodologist. I want to know that the person is solving for their own problem, first and foremost. So they have firsthand experience and they can speak to that experience. You have got so much value in the experience, lived experience and wisdom, plus you're a female, so you can be warmly wise. You can know from a journalist perspective, also when you're over the age of 50, where stories become really important to tell. You are the person to tell that story. In about 5 to 10 years, you'd want to start untethering from the brand. And as Mike was saying before, working on the brand, not in it. That's when you get an operational team in it, or you get an MD. So I work with founders and co-founders at that end as well, untethering. But at the moment, you are the brand. It will not hold water without you. I can pretty much safely say from experience of working with many, many founders like yourself who want to step away from the brand.
I totally back that, Nicole. I think, you know, we have a rule in the Catapult House here, which it's not a very popular rule, but before we engage most founders, most business owners, we sit them down and say, you know, we've got some bad news for you. And they go, oh, that's not great. We say, we're going to fire you in about 18 months. And they're going, what did I do? Going, because right now this business needs you to get off the ground. You need to be the CEO, the chief cook, bottle washer, the evangelist, the 10 million other things that you're supposed to do. But let's be honest, in 18 months, maybe 2 years, you're not going to be the best person to lead this business anymore.
Yes.
They sometimes, and the good ones always going, okay, so what am I doing then? We say, you're going to go back to what you're really best at. That might be product, that might be selling, that might be traveling the world. It doesn't really matter what that is. And they go, oh, can we do that sooner? Is a universal reaction I get every single time, because what actually happens as we start a business, we as founders need to move ourselves a little bit out of our core flow.
Yeah.
It is not the best for the mental health. It's not necessarily the best for how the business grows, but it's the only way, because we need to be that person. And what also happens very often is that as part of that, and this is a very important part of that, is a lot of these founders then think they need to assume a different persona. Oh, I must be this person over here, must be that. No. Because if I'm a business partner potential, or if I'm a potential investor, it'll take me 15 seconds to look through that.
Yes.
And you know, one of the things that we've done a lot of over the last 3-4 years is train people for pitching. And if you go on, you can pitch for co-founders, you can pitch for capital, you can pitch for joint ventures, you can pitch a lot of situations. And the biggest thing we do is take that face mask off. And it's quite interesting, particularly people that are very technical, they think they need to be this bossy CEO type that can sell. Guess what? Most technical people are really fucking horrible at being bossy selling type. It just doesn't work. And you deconstruct that whole thing and they come forth with the true who they are, and the room falls silent. And everyone goes, oh my God, you're a genius. Why didn't you just say that right away? And we all have different geniuses. Doesn't matter what yours is, Christine or Daniel or Alex. But what is important is that we don't try and put all these friggin' masks up to get in the way of showing the world what the genius is, because that's not doing service to the world, is it?
No. And I can't be anything but authentic. That's always been me. You know, I am what I am. That's how it is. And it's, yeah, anyway.
Does that resonate, Alex? I saw you were
yes, I'm nodding vigorously here. Yes, I completely agree. In fact, you know, I worry about the ageism thing as well. Yeah, I'm 51, and something that concerns me, particularly in the startup space, just some reactions I've had in the past. But you know, I vent to my husband, and he has a saying which it has helped me sort of see it from a different perspective. He says, a young person can have many clothes, but only an older person can have many rags, meaning that, you know, the rags are from lived experience. And it doesn't mean that younger people don't have that lived experience, but what we have with our age is a lot of experience that we've gathered over the years, and that can be reflected in a positive way in our startups or our businesses. So when I sort of start, you know, worrying about the age thing, I try and remember that saying and go, okay, this is not going to be a problem.
Yeah, thank you for that too. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind, because I face it all the time, and it just, it gets me almost to white heat. I get so angry.
And turn that energy and find that story. So your founder story needs to actually turn that, so that white heat is actually a culture of ambition for you and your team. Don't feed into it, and don't seed green V-dubs everywhere. So once you tune into that, you'll find it, and it will take you away from what you're doing. What's going to stand the test of time, and I love what you were saying, Mike, is once you shift out of the pole position, what will stand the test of time is a fundamental founder story. Your founder story has to turn your age into your superpower. Because you've done this and this and this, you are you're at the right place at the right time to be at the helm of this project.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing I just want to loop back on what you, Nicole, were talking with Alex before. When we go and use LinkedIn, you know, I think what I've learned, and I've kind of have to admit I've learned this the hard way. You know, there's a difference between us building an amazing profile and we look really awesome, and then we reach out to all these people and praying that they're not going to say no and all that kind of stuff. When you flip that around, which does take a lot of guts, when you flip that around and says, this is who I am, and I'm accurate in my process, I'm not embellishing things up, I'm telling a full story, but I'm not going la 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 la. People will find you. People that you need will find you. And it's like, it does require obviously setting some really strong intention. But, you know, one of the advantages that does come with age is there's more people that have probably met you somewhere on your life path. And I get, you know, the enormous privilege to some of the people that are reaching out at the moment. And I'm just going, I can't bloody believe. I mean, one of the guys I'm speaking to this week is you know, run the third biggest digital automation company in America, and he's going to have a chat with me. I'm going, Jesus, how did I get on that call? It's like, what's going on here? And you just got to pinch yourself. And I didn't set that up. I didn't reach out to this guy. I didn't even know him. He was actually one of the founders that we're evaluating. That, you know, is that his chair. And I'm just going, wow. And it's like, and I think it's very important for us as founders, as business owners, to go, remember, we're not here to do all the work. We're here to set amazing foundations and let the rest of the tribe out there do some of the work in seeking us. Because if you are good at what you're doing, guess what? They will seek you out.
Yeah. And like all founders, I mean, my I guess toolbox is broad in some respects, but very narrow in others. So that's my next question is, do I put in place, because I know my limitations. I don't come from a tech background at all. And I've got great people in my team, fantastic, but they're technical people. They're not management. And so do I put in place someone who can manage that wisely and knowingly, because like, you know, on one of those talks before, like, I don't want to waste money and time, you know, with me saying stupid things or making silly decisions, you know, that like someone really in the know would go, oh my hell, you know, do you know what I'm saying? So that's my question. Do I look for that key person who can sort of shepherd the next iteration? We're doing MVP at the moment, but who understands that technical, bless you, that technical side.
Nicole, do you want to tackle that one?
Probably more in your corner. I've got responses for that. Probably more in your corner from a timeline perspective and from a funding.
Yeah, I think as long as possible, like, you cannot, as a founder, hire somebody to run your vision until it's fully built.
Yeah,
that doesn't work.
Yeah, all right.
You can hire the marketing genius, you can hire the tech genius, all these kind of people, but you have to assume the ultimate leadership simply because the buck stops with you.
Okay.
And it can't be any other way. It's a different answer when you're 2 or 3 years into revenue and you build a business. It's certainly not running on autopilot. I'm not suggesting that, because most businesses never get there. But it is running well. The wheels are greased. You just need to have someone that does the BAU, and is when the BAU, the business as usual, tips the scales and takes more time than the innovation, invention, whatever else that's called. Well, then it's time to look for your first general manager. And maybe the first general manager that you hire is not necessarily the chief executive, but somebody that you might have a tech team, and you've got 5 people in the tech team right now, they're all reporting to you. You're going, this is just going a little bit crazy. So you hire somebody that's a GM of the tech team, and you go, okay, got 4 less people that report to me. And then you build some other parts of the organization. Oh, I got too many over there. And the reason for that is that you hire the CEO too early. They will, there's not enough people there. They can look around and go, okay, that's lovely. And I love your vision and everything, but who am I managing?
Yeah.
So I can see Faye is pinging us to get back out of here.
So
and,
just
get back-
from a brand perspective there, don't hire that key person until you have a very solid founder story. And from an internal brand point of view, you have your values in action. So you know exactly how the culture is to be set, and that you know where you stand from a personal times professional brand within the realm of your business brand. So once you can get out of the productizing and MVP and into what that impact and legacy story is, that needs to be shared. Your vision needs to live and breathe, and it needs to be rock solid.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, we've got that. That's Thank you.
Let's head back to the main stage, everybody, shall we? And
Thanks,
Thank you
so
for
much.
the amazing advice.
So good to meet. Grab me on
Good to meet you
LinkedIn.
all.
Yeah, have done.
Thank you.
Like Mike's back. Yep, everybody's jumping out. Awesome. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that looked like fun. Mike, you're on mute. Looks like you want to say something. Thank you. So I want to say thank you to Louise, Nicole, everybody that's still here, all of our panelists. Thank you so much for, as I mentioned, coming back and creating this time and space to take those questions from the audience. What, Mike, did you want to say something? I thought you were.
No. I'll carry on.
Great. So I know that they're okay. Yeah, so a lot of the panelists are going to drop off now. And just a last one, thank you to all of you for being here today. We really appreciate it. And for those of you that are still here, I'm going to share a couple of details now as I just navigate through my screen. And thanks, Nicole. And that's really about Her Catapult. So being the program partner that we have for today, Her Catapult is probably not a name that a lot of people have heard about yet, but we have a lot of really cool events coming up. So if you're in the Sydney area, Mike and I will be hosting a lot of things, and we'd love to meet you in person. But just to give some insights into what the program is at the broader, larger scale, Her Catapult is a growth accelerator program that is for female founders that are based in Australia. Catapult is an accelerator that works with both tech and traditional businesses. So with keeping with that fashion, we are inviting founders both from traditional brick and mortar businesses as well as the tech side. Who is it for? This program obviously is designed for female founders that have an existing business and are looking to scale and grow in 2022. Now, scale and growth might mean you're looking to raise capital, so you have access to put that into different areas of growth. It might mean you're looking to scale your teams and expand internationally, or diversify or create new product lines. Whatever growth and scale means for you, we'd love to know and hear about it. But that is predominantly the focus of the program. Also, we are feeling that it's a really great opportunity to serve a lot of founders that have struggled a little bit throughout the pandemic. Maybe your business has changed quite a lot going virtual, and you're looking to seek expert advice from mentors, from people that have been in the industry a long time, like Mike and myself. We're going to have a lot of incredible coaches there and speakers that are coming in. The modules and the hi, Karen, Kim. Yep. Yes, everybody will be receiving the link afterwards to the event. Sorry, the recording. I'm getting some questions there. And so just as a general overview, there will be 7 modules that we'll be covering across 13 weeks. The program will be a hybrid, but mostly held in Sydney. So we will be having in-person events that will be in Sydney CBD. There will be some components that you can access online or you can do virtually. So as I mentioned, we will be in Melbourne and Sydney. We'll be hosting a series of in-person dinners, cocktail parties, networking events that will be super fun across Sydney, Melbourne, and then also having a few more information sessions that are virtual where you can get access as well, more details on the program. I will be sharing details about that, about the first information session that we have coming up after this event. I'll be sharing that in the link with all of the details following from this event to everybody that registered and everybody that attended today. So you'll get plenty of information to find out more there. And you can also check out the website and follow us on socials to keep up to date. Mike, anything that you wanted to share?
Sure. I mean, to sort of just put this in a sort of really kind of square context, it is really about exploring what does it take to grow, and is like grow and scale. It's really about building the business in the different what we call pillars of scale to make sure that it can effectively meet your goals. And it's not about what we want to do with your business, it's exactly what you want to do with your business. And it's not about whether you qualify because you got 50K of revenue or because you got $5 million worth of revenue. It's about, well, where do you want to get to? And it's like, I guess over the last couple of years, we've seen businesses come on board various programs in all sizes and all shapes. And I think it's probably very important to re-stress that we go beyond just pure tech businesses, whether you're software, hardware, fertilizer, growing gardens or whatever it might be. There's a fit for it. I mean, just got a missed call from someone I know who is in pharma, and they're developing a cancer drug. And it's like, so we look at all sorts of different kind of businesses, because at the end of the day, it's a bit of a cheeky secret that we realize is not really a secret, but the reality is that when you're building a business, you can narrow it down to really two things. And now this is going to sound so simplistic, you're probably all going to just laugh at me, but it's all about spreadsheets and about psychology. Now, why do I say that? Is because, the numbers in a business are not the same, of course, but they are similar structures in terms of whether you look at a profit and loss statement, whether you look at a business cash flow forecast, all of these kind of things, they have the same elements in them. Sure, we're selling different widgets, but the fundamentals are the same. And the fundamentals include that if you're not watching your spreadsheet, it's very, very difficult to grow a business effectively, and it's almost impossible to grow it fast without losing the wheels. The other reason we talk about psychology is most of us need to sell something. Like the act of creating that revenue is actually about selling. So this is not a program about being better salespeople. No, this is about being a better understanding, or having a better knowledge and understanding of what goes on in the mind of the prospect. And something that surprises a lot of people, they're going, oh, but B2B is so different from selling to consumers. I'm going, we're still dealing with humans. The person that buys a computer system at their office is still the same person that goes out and shops at Woolies or buys a car. Oh, yes, but no. The underlying fundamental of psychology of what goes on in here are actually the same principles. They're just expressed differently. And so a lot of what we're going through is how do we actually learn to truly understand, and how do we really leverage that? And I think it was, if I'm remembering correctly, Nicole had one of the slides around is all about listening, right? And it is about listening to what does the market need. The last thing I want to say is that, one thing that we see which really irks me is we see a lot of businesses that come to us that have built a great product, an amazing product in many cases, unfortunately without a market. And so echoing what with one of the speakers said earlier, I think it was Andrea, it's about making sure that there's an absolutely insane focus on product market fit. You got to make sure that the go-to-market strategy is clear. And so one of the key things that we do is say, oh, you got some revenue, and everybody goes, yep, that makes sense. Okay. But what a lot of businesses get to is some kind of bump in the growth curve where, yeah, we're selling, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, no, we got some customers, and some of the repeat customers go, that's good. But your growth has gone down from being 50% year on year to now being 10% year on year. Well, what's that about? Oh, yeah, da. And it's typically because we did find a market, but we didn't find the market. And that's a big differentiator. That's usually a differentiator that adds an extra zero to the revenue. So some of the things we work on are things that are stupid simple. Honestly, they are, but it actually is that philosophical side that you just can't skip past. And look, we've helped a lot of business over the last couple of years that were kind of staring at the product, but slightly in the wrong direction, and therefore we're missing the core market. So just adding a bit more flavor, I guess, to the picture of what Her Catapult is all about. Back to you, Faye.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Sorry, I'm pretty knackered. I'm pretty tired after today. That was a lot.
It's the middle of the night, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Mike and I have both worked in the industry of innovation and investment for a long time, and I have run programs. Mike's run programs. I've built programs from scratch, and so we are still combining a lot of our expertise. It will be him and I throughout the entire 13-week program, working together to build out a really incredible program for Australian female founders. And we are still putting together, I mean, obviously, yes, we have the foundations like Mike shared, but we are still refining that a little bit. So I don't want to give too many details of things that might shuffle around. But that's why I'd love to invite everybody. Please follow our socials. We're going to have a lot more content going out about this. We'll have in-person events that will be awesome. I haven't been back to Australia for a few years now, 3 years, I think, because of the pandemic. So it will be really great to connect with people in the community in Sydney and Melbourne. And we'll also be I'm going to also be creating space on my calendar every week from about 2 weeks from now to have these sessions, or to just have space on my calendar for anyone that has questions about Catapult or about Her Catapult, the program, because Catapult also does a lot of different programs as well, whether you're directly raising capital or anything like that. So please keep in touch. And there's still quite a few people here, which is awesome. So reach out if you have any questions. I'll put my details over into the side, but I'm very easy to access. I'm here at Catapult. You can Google us. Same with Mike. We'd love to hear any questions anyone has, any feedback from the event, any ideas you might have or you'd like to contribute towards the program. If you're a founder and you're interested, please definitely reach out as well.
And just ping me on LinkedIn. That's the easiest way to get hold of me.
Yeah, we're pretty easy to. Our personal brands are pretty strong, aren't they, Mike? We can be found.
They can always be better
online. Well, they could always be better for sure. Definitely going to add some of those tips from Nicole.
Yeah.
But here she still is now. Yeah, so I mean, if anyone has any lasting things to share, thank you again so much for you all joining us for this morning. For the panelists, it was super fun. Great to share the morning with you all.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, everybody. Cool. Well, I'm going to pop off my video. I'll still be here for a little bit just in case anything comes through. But I shall hopefully see you all in Australia very soon.
Yes, and have a wonderful rest of the day and stay in touch. Stay safe.
Thanks.
Thanks very
Bye,
much.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Faye.
Thanks, everybody.
You